We are live now.
Thank you. Good morning. You're on with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee this morning. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence from Southern York County, the towns of Kittery, York, Ogunquit, Elliott, and South Berwick. And with me today, I'm not sure he's going to be able to introduce himself, is Representative Seth Berry, who's our House Chair. He is actually traveling today, but he's joining remotely, I believe, from Indiana. And I'll go around the horseshoe and ask the committee members to introduce themselves, and we'll start off with Representative Grochowski.
Good morning, all. I'm Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, the City of Ellsworth and the Town of Trenton.
Representative Wood.
I'm not used to being right at the beginning. Hi, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
And Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Sear.
Great. And our House lead, Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 70, Hiram, Porter, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell.
Representative Kessler.
Good morning. I'm Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Cuddy.
My name is Scott Cuddy, and I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankport, Searsport, and Swanville.
And Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Charleston, Exeter, Stetson, and Garland.
And we have our clerk today is Jordan Merrifield, and our analyst for this morning is Deirdre Snyder. We also have Dan Tartikoff, a second analyst who periodically serves this committee too as well. The first thing we're going to do this morning is a presentation on ARP from the governor's office, and we have here today Hannah Pingree and Dan Burgess, and I'm just going to turn it over to you guys and let you take us through all the many changes that are going on.
Great. Well, thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry, who I hope is well caffeinated out there, and members of the Energy and Utilities Committee. My name is Hannah Pingree, and I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. And I'm here today to speak briefly to the governor's proposed Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, the governor's bond proposal, and several of the governor's proposed Part 2 budget items that are related to this committee's oversight of both energy issues and the 4-year climate action plan. My deep apologies to Representative Ziegler, who will be bored by my presentation, but hopefully more interested in Director Burgess's, as well as Dan Tartikoff, because we gave a very similar presentation to the Environment and Natural Resources Committee just yesterday. So as many of you know, the governor unveiled her Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan just 2 weeks ago, her administration's proposal to invest more than $1 billion in discretionary federal relief funds allocated to Maine under the American Rescue Plan Act, meant to make historic investments in recovery and longstanding economic challenges to achieve 3 goals. 1, immediate economic recovery from the pandemic. 2, long-term economic growth for Maine. And 3, to support infrastructure revitalization. The plan draws heavily on recommendations from the state's 10-year economic development strategy, the governor's economic recovery committee, as well as some components of the state climate plan, transforming these best-made plans into real action to improve the lives of Maine people and strengthen our economy. We certainly look forward to collaboration with the legislature as we further refine the specifics of these initiatives to meet these goals. The governor presented a bond proposal that's actually being presented in appropriations this week, aimed at rebuilding Maine's transportation system and conserving Maine's lands and waters. The proposal dedicates $100 million to maintain and upgrade Maine's roads and bridges, as well as multimodal systems through the Maine Department of Transportation, and also dedicates $40 million to the Lands for Maine's Future program. And most recently, Governor Mills unveiled the Part 2 budget for the FY 22-23 biennium, a proposal that makes historic investments in Maine's public schools and meets the state's obligation to pay 55% of the cost of K-12 education for the first time in Maine's history. The proposal also includes a host of bipartisan priorities, such as improving the health of Maine people, relief for Maine people most adversely impacted by the pandemic or overburdened by rising property taxes, enhanced revenue sharing with municipalities, PFAS remediation, infrastructure upgrades, and it also adds money to 2 of the state's stabilization funds. The proposal, which is balanced and does not raise taxes, also leaves approximately $23 million in funding on the table for use at lawmakers' discretions. Specifically, in these 3 proposals, there are significant investments in the urgent climate actions highlighted in the Climate Action Plan. I hope that you've all received a couple of attachments from our office. One of those includes an overview of the specific items in the ARP, as we call it, Federal Relief Plan, as well as the budget and bond package. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those items. I'll highlight a couple of the key proposals related to the strategies of the plan specifically, and the outcomes we hope to achieve with each investment. Dan Burgess will also provide more detail on several items related to the Governor's Energy Office, especially relating to Maine energy issues. I know Michael Stoddard is also somewhere out there, and he can also help speak to one of the larger items, which is investments in energy efficiency. So I'll just quickly give you the highlights as it relates to the strategies of the Maine Climate Action Plan. First, in the area of transportation, while not the oversight of this committee, there's a significant item that is closely related to the work of the Energies and Utilities Committee. There is a $150 million proposal to fund the Maine Connectivity Authority. That proposal actually relies on a $129 million piece of funding coming from an infrastructure fund passed by Congress, separate from the overall ARP plan, as well as $21 million from the overall unallocated portion coming to the state. There's $5 million for the DOT for a workforce pilot to help with rural transportation options. And there's $8 million for both the DOT and Efficiency Maine Trust to further advance municipal and public charging infrastructure. Next, in the buildings area, there is $50 million for energy efficiency. Again, Dan Burgess and Michael Stoddard will probably speak in more detail, but $25 million of that is slated to go to homes, rentals, and affordable housing property efficiency projects. $15 million for schools, towns, and community organizations, meant hopefully to especially leverage funds also going to Maine municipalities and counties through the federal ARP package, as well as $10 million slated to go to industry and business for efficiency projects. Separately, there's a $50 million fund to promote more affordable housing production. We're especially hoping that will be highly efficient affordable housing production. Those funds will go to both Maine Housing and DECD, seeking to create incentives for more workforce housing in a variety of parts of our state. So for energy and emissions component of the Climate Action Plan, I'll let Dan speak mostly, but there is funding in the budget specifically for grid modernization staff. There's funding for the DEP to help with appliance standards and HFC regulations. And in the American Jobs Plan, there is $50 million for heritage industries. 20 million of that going to the forest products industry, $20 million for agriculture processing, and $10 million for fisheries. Additionally, there's $8 million for a clean energy partnership, a workforce and innovation initiative that Dan Burgess will speak more to this morning. Additionally, there's funding in the budget for offshore wind staffing at both the Governor's Energy Office and the Department of Marine Resources. I won't go into deep detail on the components that relate to environmental protection and sequestration, but $40 million for Land for Maine's Future will certainly go a long way over the next 4 years via a bond proposal to help start to invest more significantly in our effort to create 30% conserved lands in Maine by 2030. There's $400,000 for a forest carbon mapping project as we seek to start reporting on the state's carbon neutrality goal. The state is partnering with the University of Maine to significantly increase our ability to understand forest carbon, as well as $16 million for the Department of Marine Resources for both enforcement as well as environment and climate impacts. So in the section of the plan to help build healthy and resilient communities and protect infrastructure, sort of a major component of preparing for climate change, initiative that Dan and I are partnering on is a $5.5 million municipal partnership project. $2.5 million will provide grants and planning assistance for municipalities to plan for greater resilience. And $3 million will be for energy project and technical assistance for towns as well as regional groups trying to do the same. So we've had a number of conversations with Maine Municipal as well as the COGS. And I think there's a lot of excitement about the state really becoming a closer player with Maine towns in doing this work. There's also several staff to help support these positions. And I'll just round it out with infrastructure, $50 million for sewer and water, 25 for sewer and 25 for water programs, and a $20 million pilot infrastructure adaptation fund that will be administered by the Maine Department of Transportation, but really will seek to focus on the most at-risk infrastructure projects in the state of Maine in collaboration with the Department of Environmental Protection, DMR, IFNW, as well as our towns. I would just say, I know many of you have probably been following these federal funds. Significant funds are going to Maine counties who often don't see funds like this, as well as to Maine towns. And the hope is really through many of these initiatives, from broadband to water and sewer to housing, to create matching funds where towns can more closely partner with the state to try to make these funds go further and help to accomplish community projects all over the state of Maine. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or pass it off to Dan Burgess to give more detail in a variety of the sections that are probably of most interest to this committee.
Thank you, Hannah. And I think the format I'll follow this morning is to reserve questions to the end. Are you able to hang out for the whole presentation, Hannah?
I am.
Okay. So we'll go to Dan Burgess, and I'll ask Jordan, while Dan is speaking, if you could bring Michael Started over too as well. If you could beam him across, and we'll have him be available to answer any additional information or questions. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. Good morning. I'm Dan Burgess, Director of the Governor's Energy Office. So in addition to Director Pingree overview of the administration's priorities this morning, I'm going to go into a bit more detail on the portions of the governor's change package and the main jobs and recovery plan that specifically pertain to GEO and our overall energy efforts. In general, the resources proposed provide needed staff and funding to further the GEO's work, in particular related to energy efficiency, innovation, workforce development, grid modernization, energy planning, renewable energy, and economic development, all of which are topics that I know this committee has been working on and will continue to do so. So as Director Pingree touched on, the proposed change package and recovery plan includes several proposals to fund efforts related to implementing the climate action plan. And hopefully, again, you should have received a multi-page pamphlet which highlights the investments made related to the climate action plan. A couple that I'll go into a little bit greater detail that Director Pingree mentioned. So the first is the Clean Energy Partnership. This is a private-public partnership that we are preparing to launch that is focused on two main components. One is supporting clean energy and energy efficiency job growth through workforce development programs, which we would develop in partnership with industry and education leaders. This is a sector-focused initiative that will establish clear training pathways for clean energy careers, support internships and apprenticeship programs, and create an online platform for attracting workers, sharing training opportunities, and highlighting job opportunities. So that is the first portion of the Clean Energy Partnership is workforce. The second is related to making investments in clean energy innovation, which we have begun to do so in partnership with the Maine Technology Institute and others. But this will allow us to present and coordinate efforts related to increasing innovation in the state. As you look at kind of investments that are being made in R&D, and you look at some of our competitors across the region, states really are making concerted efforts to advance, invest, and embrace in innovation. And so looking directly to do that through this partnership. the plan puts forward $50 million for energy efficiency in coordination with Efficiency Main Trust. 25 of that to go to accelerating weatherization for residential. 15 million through partnerships with other municipal and government organizations, municipal, county, school, other community organizations, and 10 directly for industries and businesses. And I know this committee has discussed that, particularly related to industrial programs, and so that is where the funding for the industrial efficiency programs would come from. There's $50 million for affordable housing through Maine Housing. There's $8 million set aside to establish an interconnection funding opportunity. So this would support electricity grid upgrades that will reduce barriers for economic development for new or struggling businesses, especially in rural areas of the state. We plan to do this in partnership with DECD. And this is not to, as envisioned, this is not to look at interconnecting a variety of solar projects, which are going through that process. It's really to look at grid upgrades in rural areas to new or struggling businesses. We've heard, as I'm sure you have, about the needs for upgrades, and we see this funding opportunity as a way to provide potential matching funds to kickstart some of those efforts. Director Pingree talked about some of the EV charging initiatives and other transportation work, and so I won't go into that. Switching to the change package, on page 61 of the budget, there are 3 new initiatives related to the Governor's Energy Office. The first establishes 2 public service coordinator positions to advise on key planning and regulatory initiatives in my office. They will support our office in areas associated with modernizing the grid, including those before the Public Utilities Commission. So thinking about the grid modernization proceeding that's happening now, different rate design proceedings, and others. And as you know, as we continue to pursue advancing clean energy, we need to make sure that we have the grid that can support those efforts in a cost-effective manner. And these positions will ensure that the GEO can be an active participant and leader in those areas that are critical to advancing those efforts. Further, these positions will support the GEO's future energy planning work. So that's the first initiative. The second initiative is to establish 2 public service coordinator positions tasked with building economic development opportunities for Maine communities and businesses, with a particular focus on offshore wind. So this includes supporting existing companies, participating in global and regional markets, creating new opportunities for businesses in the clean energy economy, and leveraging economic opportunities for Maine ports. This work will also include overseeing research and development activities, including working collaboratively to develop a comprehensive plan to capitalize on the research array, which includes the creation of an independent or utilizing independent experts to establish a research consortium, which is really a new kind of groundbreaking approach to help manage key aspects of the research array project. Further, there's a one-time $1 million funding to establish that consortium and to set that consortium up. And so the funding will be done in coordination with other funds provided and staff provided to DMR, and can serve as a potential match to attract funding from other research entities of the federal government. The third and final initiative establishes 1 limited period position, which would end in June 2023, which is supported by a $500,000 transfer from the PUC penalty funds account. And this position and the funding that would not be utilized to hire the position, so the money set aside to hire the position, and then the delta between that and the $500,000 would be utilized to advance efforts called for in the Maine Climate Action Plan, with a particular focus on advancing the power sector transformation process that was called for in the Maine Climate Council. So overall, the change package and recovery plan funding we're proposing reflect the most critical priorities and needs that I think have been identified by this committee in conversations. And I think it's an opportunity for us to make these investments and move forward our priorities. So I appreciate the consideration of the requests. I'm happy to take any questions and follow up with information. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you this morning.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you both to Dan and Hannah for doing this presentation this morning. We are about at 9:30, and I like to stick as close to the schedule as possible. But I would like to allow for about 15 minutes of questions. So we brought Michael started over. And so if you have any questions directed at Hannah, Dan, or Michael, please raise your hand. Representative Kessler.
Thank you. Good morning, Dan and Hannah. I wanted to get further clarification about the need for funding for efficiency contractors, HVAC contractors who need to scale up, particularly weatherization contractors, and the exact funding pool that was going to be coming from, and any active legislation that you've identified as a way to channel that money. Could you just restate that aspect of what you just went over?
I will let Michael Stoddard speak a little bit more, but I would say, as Dan and I highlighted, of the $50 million slated for weatherization and efficiency for homeowners, businesses, as well as communities, 25 is targeted towards weatherization and efficiency for homeowners, renters, and affordable housing. The ARP funds have a spending period of about 2.5 years, and we are still, I would say, processing the several hundred pages of Treasury guidance to fully understand it. But efficiency and weatherization is a allowed use in housing, so we feel confident about our ability to allocate funds, assuming the legislature is on board. I would just say the climate plan identified doubling the pace of weatherization as a key goal, and through efficiency mains programs, as well as the caps at Maine Housing, we are hopeful that these additional funds will allow us to ramp up that work. I will say that the Clean Energy Partnership that Dan spoke to is about workforce as well. I didn't mention a variety of other expenditures in this plan: $20 million to CTEs, $35 million to community colleges, really about targeted programs to help people get into these industries, because I think we've heard loud and clear that, especially for weatherization, workforce is a challenge. So I'll let Michael Stoddard or Dan speak a little bit more to the need to support contractors. I mean, I think the idea of the Clean Energy Partnership is actually industry, higher education, funding entities like FAME coming together to think about how do we advance these goals and these industries at the same time. What are the gaps? I know Representative Ziegler has a Green Bank accelerator bill that also looks at some of these same issues. So I don't think, the problem of enough efficiency contractors for weatherization is going to be solved overnight. But clearly, if we want to meet this goal of permanent doubling of weatherization over the next 10 and 30 years, we need to keep at it. So I'll just let Michael or Dan speak in more detail.
Why don't you go ahead, Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the question, Representative. I think you catch us at a challenging time where the arrival of these funds and the allocation of them is just becoming clear. And I feel a little bit like the level of granularity of your question is something I'm not in a great position to answer at this time, in terms of if you're looking for amounts of funding or specific plans. I can say that Director Burgess and Director Pingree have started the ball rolling on some listening sessions to hear from the contractor community what they see as the needs. And you will recall we went through a process similar to this 10 years ago when we were the beneficiaries of a bunch of federal funds that came on pretty quickly, and we had some pretty big needs that we wanted to fill and ambitious goals. And we made some missteps at that time, frankly, in sort of flooding the market with some programs and services that didn't turn out to be needed in the long run. And I think there's going to be a little bit of that, but I guess I would say that our plan is to do more of that listening. Obviously, most of the funds that you heard designated for weatherization, I would hope to be able to put every last penny of that we can towards driving demand for the consumers. but I know I'm very sensitive to the point you've been making consistently this session, that we need to have the workforce there and they have to have the tools to do the job and meet that demand. And so I think it's going to be a little bit of a balancing act to keep our foot on the accelerator and keep pushing that demand, and yet seeing what we need to do to help the industry grow to meet it. So as you know, we have some good channels in Maine to do that, with the community colleges, with the Maine Energy Marketers Association training facilities. And we have the ability to either enhance and accelerate more programming there or develop new programs as needed. And that could be, you and I have talked about the new building codes that are coming into place. There's a lot of people that just need to get up to speed on what's in those building codes. It drives a lot of blower door testing, for example, that hasn't been done in the past. People need to know how to do that. A lot of basic weatherization principles. So I think we're entering a 2 to 3 year period here where there's going to be a really intensive focus on training and education about those basic best practices. And, I'm pretty confident that the existing infrastructure we have around community colleges and technical schools and other kinds of programs that can be done along the side. For example, the Maine Indoor Air Quality runs excellent programs. I think we just ramp that stuff up as the need presents itself. So that's our basic plan of attack for right now. But I think it's going to be evolving as we get a clearer view of what what is needed, what the contractor community feels like they have. We are hearing some things from them about needing advice, other kinds of advice, like how to grow a business. I think they're probably going to have some questions about financing growth in their business. So I'm pleased to hear some of the other components of this ARP plan. It feels like there would be resources there to help with some of the things that are not really in the sweet spot for Efficiency Maine to offer, but maybe other aspects of state government can be helpful there.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and good morning, Hannah. It's nice to see you again, and I always like listening to you. You talked about 450,000 for mapping sequestration. Is that a one-shot deal, or what kind of time frame do you think you'll be able to get the mapping done within, within that amount of money?
Good question. So I believe that this is about half the cost of a $700,000 project that really is being conducted by the forestry school at UMaine, but in partnership with the Maine DEP, and they've covered the other part with a grant. My understanding is it's a project that needs to happen approximately every 5 years. So it's really granular mapping of trees, but other landscapes of the state of Maine to really understand, the trees that are sequestering carbon, but other landscapes that are doing the same. We also understand that US EPA is investing in a pretty significant new mapping project. So in the coming years, this is the kind of data that we might be able to get from the federal government. So in the meantime, I think this will get us through this important next couple of years when we're going to be doing this work and really reporting it publicly for the first time, and we want to be accurate. And then in the future, it may be a need that comes back to the legislature, or it may be a need that the federal government decides to engage in more fully.
And just a follow-up, is
eelgrass? Go ahead.
Eelgrass, is that also part of this 450,000, or is that separate?
That is separate. I know there's a separate bill going to the table to fund that through DEP. So it does not include it, but I understand that this is literally like granular mapping from an airplane. So it probably doesn't see eelgrass, which requires a lot more hands-on. I won't attempt to explain how they map eelgrass. So it doesn't cover that, but that is a need that I believe will be going to the appropriations table.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? So what we're receiving essentially is a briefing on how the administration is proposing to deal with all these ARP funding. What we're going to see today, obviously, is just a brief glimpse, and you're getting an advanced briefing. but this is going to occupy our committee's time for a lot of time over the next, over the foreseeable future. And I realize it's a lot to absorb today. And what I'd like to get through is some basic questions, some basic information. I'm sure Hannah and Dan are going to be providing us additional information as this goes along. We're also likely to be more involved in the budget process than we have as a committee in the past, because so much of this is coming into our area dealing with infrastructure and climate change goals that is going to have some far-reaching implications. I will say that what we're seeing coming out of the federal government is perhaps a once-in-a-generation opportunity to address some challenges in our society, and it kind of puts us front and center in dealing with that. So I'd like to go through just questions today, general questions, requests for additional information before we move on to our public hearings.
Can I just make one quick point, Senator, when you have a chance?
Go ahead, Hannah.
Just to be clear, so, and I know this is honestly, it's a morass. It's so much coming at once in this legislature that's operating virtually, and you also have thousands of bills to resolve. So the governor's main jobs and recovery plan, which is really about the federal funds, is going to be a separate piece of legislation presented to the Appropriations Committee. And I assume the Appropriations Committee will ask each committee of oversight for their thoughts and guidance on the sections that relate to the Committee of Oversight. So that's, Dan and I have confusingly intermingled both. So there's both federal funds we've talked about this morning, but then there is the new budget, which is based on the revenue reprojection, which was an over $900 million revenue reprojection for the biennium. So the Part 2 budget items are separate. That budget is currently before appropriations. It's going to have a public hearing, I believe, later this week. And we can try to be more clear about the specific items of oversight. Obviously, the positions Dan talked about, the municipal fund that I spoke about, are in the budget. And those are items in which I believe the AFA committee is hoping for the committees of oversight to more rapidly report back on whether they think these provisions are a good idea or not. So just to be clear about that, I think the bonds are probably out of your scope. That's for other committees, but those two other things, the Part 2 budget, as well as the federal package, are going to be running as two separate bills. And again, the one more urgently being sought for feedback from committees is the Part 2 budget package.
Thank you, Hannah. And those are very good points. And one of the things I asked Hannah and Dan for yesterday when they gave us a preliminary view of what was going to be presented today is help for the committee in understanding what's general fund, what's federal money, and so normally our committee deals mostly with things that are ratepayer funded. So we're getting outside of our area to a certain degree to get into federal funding, to get into general funding, to do a lot of things. But there are many good things in here, but as Hannah said, it's very complicated, very intricate. So I'm hoping they can provide us a breakdown of where we need to focus our attention on in this time. I'll go on to Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for presentation and being able to answer some questions. Dr. Burgess, I'm hoping you can provide us in written form the description for all of those positions and the research consortium, I think it was called. And specifically, I'd like to understand how those positions are going to help us get to that energy plan that we look for every odd numbered year, to really help us move forward in a concerted way instead of pulling threads here and there. And I think we need a bigger plan. So I'd like to see how those positions fit into that statutory requirement.
Yeah, thanks, Representative. We'll absolutely do that, and appreciate the question. We'll submit kind of what I went through today in writing, which is helpful and can provide a little bit more detail. I know that the topic of the energy plans has come up in this committee, and I just want to say that, you know, the thinking here is that we've just released a very comprehensive energy plan, a climate action plan, renewable energy goals market assessment, the leading by example plan, the clean energy economy plan, and the transmission stakeholder work, and piecing those together, we would want to kind of build on that for a future plan. I think the modeling that has been done through those efforts and others are I think frankly unprecedented in some of in Maine, and so we want to kind of build on that work to provide additional feedback that I think as we advance on these efforts of moving clean energy forward and planning, that we don't just call what we've done the energy plan, but kind of take it that next step. So I appreciate that, and we'll provide more detail.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Thank you, Director Burgess and Director Pingree, both for being here today to give us this sort of this briefing. There's been a fair amount of talk about the workforce and workforce development going forward, and it's been part of the plan from the get-go, which I've always appreciated. But there isn't any discussion of really the attachment of any kind of labor standards to this enormous investment that's being made across the board of public monies. And it's important to me that we're ensuring that the people who are doing the work are receiving a good benefit for this, and that we're using this, as Senator Lawrence just said, once in a lifetime opportunity to ensure that we are reducing inequality across, sort of the spectrum of inequality that we have, whether it's the straight financial inequality or inequality of opportunity that we experience, that so many minority communities experience in the state of Maine. And the plan may not be at that point yet, but I haven't heard much about how we're going to try to tackle those things in all of this. It's more of where the money is going, but not so much about how it's going to be spent once it's allocated there.
Senator Lawrence, should we speak to that?
Go ahead. Yeah. Yes, please.
No, I think Representative Cuddy, it's a great point, and I would say Dan and I, and actually Michael was there, hosted a group of stakeholders, which included Maine AFL and IBEW and a couple others on the clean energy partnership concept, and had a good discussion about that. I would say there is a focus in a variety of workforce sectors where appropriate on apprenticeship, and I think that's specifically putting funding in some of these sector-oriented projects into apprenticeship does offer that level of opportunity, and I think that seems to be of interest. I would say that the overall focus on training, again, higher skills and equipment and programs at the CTE level, really targeted programs at the community colleges where we know there are good paying jobs that are going unfilled. Clearly in this pandemic, the people most impacted are those who are often in low wage and service sector jobs. So helping them move to higher wage opportunities, as well as bringing those opportunities to Maine. There's a significant portion of both R&D and investment funds for heritage industries, for the forest product sector, for manufacturing. A lot of that hoping to be targeted to rural Maine. So I think that these pieces, I think your point is good about the messaging and how we connect them all, but I think there's a lot of opportunity to make exactly the kind of efforts that you support happen in here. I will say the federal treasury guidance really actually emphasizes job quality and specific job standards and recommends to states to consider adopting those for projects where appropriate. Clearly there's a difference between small weatherization contractors and offshore wind development. And I know this committee sort of also feels that balance. So trying to find ways to both encourage small businesses and small entrepreneurs, but also encourage, certain kinds of labor agreements when it comes to bigger projects also makes sense. So I think we should stay in contact, but know that we are trying to balance that and really encourage the growth of higher wage sector jobs for Maine people. That's really a goal of the Maine economic plan as well. So it's an area of focus that we're going to continue to work on over the next couple of years.
Great, thank you. So we've had some preliminary questions on this. Obviously, Representative Berry and I are beginning to absorb what this means for the committee and the workload we have. We're probably, and I haven't discussed this with Deirdre yet, but we're probably going to be spending significantly more time than we have in the past with our analysts who's assigned to us from OFPR, talking about what are the budget implications for this? What are the implications for what we need to get feedback on? So this is just a preliminary briefing to get you and make you aware of it. And then we'll obviously be having more discussions very soon in this subject area. Any final thoughts, Hannah, Dan, or Michael? Okay.
Thank you.
Looks like we're all set. Thank you guys for briefing us. Okay, we'll now go to our public hearings that we plan to have on legislation today. And my apologies to the sponsors and the people interested in these legislations for the brief delay. We have had to, obviously this session has been an unusual one with a lot of different things coming up, unexpected. But we'll now return to our regularly scheduled business, which is to have public hearings. And at the request of the Senate President, I'm going to be taking out of order his bill first, as soon as I'm able to log in and get my list of people testifying. What's going on? And I believe it's going to be LD 1710, an act to require prompt and effective use of renewable energy resources of Northern Maine. The chair is pleased to recognize the President of the Senate, Troy Jackson. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Troy Jackson. I represent the people of Northern Aroostook County in Senate District 1, and I'm here today to present LD 1710, an act to require prompt and effective use of the renewable energy resources of Northern Maine. The high cost of energy in Aroostook County, including costs of heating oil in the brutal winter months, continues to make it harder for folks to make a living in our area of the state. For years, this problem has been made worse by the fact that Aroostook County has lacked the connection to the ISO New England grid, given more opportunity, leaving the area dependent on the Canadian power grid for renewable energy projects. This has put people and businesses in Northern Maine at a disadvantage compared to other areas of the state. Without connection to the ISO New England energy generation facilities and renewable energy projects must use the Canadian power grid before being sold on the New England grid. Those facilities are then charged costly fees known as wheeling charges to pay for the transportation of energy outside the electrical grid, making an investment in Northern Maine and Western Maine more costly and less feasible. With so much potential for renewable energy projects in this corner of the state, I believe it is critical that we take action and seize this economic and environmental opportunity. This bill would create the Northern Maine Renewable Energy Development Program within the Public Utilities Commission. This program would be created with the aim of removing barriers to renewable energy projects. The most significant step under this program would be the requirement of the PUC to issue requests for proposals to build a connection line to link Aroostook County to the ISO New England grid. At the same time, the PUC would also be required to issue requests for proposals for renewable energy projects that would be designed to connect to the line. Lastly, the PUC would be required to direct one or more transmission and distribution utilities to enter into contracts for the construction of the line or lines by March of next year. And you know, I kind of hesitant to talk about fairness because I understand that depending on where you live, there probably are things that people feel that are unfair to their areas and their districts. And I get that, and I've certainly tried throughout my time here to be supportive of projects statewide. As a matter of fact, I've introduced legislation to help in areas that were far from my Senate district, because I believe that we're all Mainers, and what's good for one part of Maine is good for all of Maine. But just some of the things that I deal with, and I think anyone that spends any time in Mercer County understands. When I started in the legislature close to 20 years ago, people were talking about how it was 50 years or more when they were promised that the I-95 would be extended into Mercer County. Now it's 70 years, and it's probably not, reasonably going to happen in my lifetime. But the reality is that, I am 2 hours away from the interstate system. And that certainly is an unfairness that I hear from people consistently throughout the district, talking about time, the cost, transportation. Another thing that, we also heard about, with the labor issues as far as in the logging industry, around that same period, the federal government has a program, allows foreign workers to come in the logging industry. It's really one of the few industries that we have in northern Maine. At that time, still at this time, the program, the number one issue of that is adverse effect. Foreign workers are not allowed in if there's an adverse effect. In the early 2000s, the federal government did a study on this issue and said that there was no adverse effect in Maine except possibly in the St. John Valley area. At that time, there was 45 companies using foreign workers, and 37 of them were in the St. John Valley area. And lastly, I think, even more current, and we've talked about this, and I think it's just the way that things work, but the net energy billing program that we established a couple years ago, at this point, only 4% of the projects have actually been done in what was considered the old Maine public service territory. And I only bring that up because it certainly does feel, at least for many of the people that I interact with on a daily basis in that area, that there has been, I won't say it's a disregard, but maybe just people aren't paying attention as much as we would hope. And I think that far too often the people in northern Maine definitely feel like they're left behind when it comes to energy costs. Here we are. I don't know. I can't say for certain, but I don't know of another area in the United States, the continental United States, that's not hooked onto, or has the ability to be hooked onto the power grid without having to go through Canada. I could be wrong, but it certainly is very unique. And this proposal, I believe, is a win on several fronts. Incentive for energy generation facilities in northern Maine, lower energy costs for consumers, and job creation. I believe that we definitely can get our biomass industry back up and running, which is something that has to happen one way or the other. Biomass in the forest products industry has to have an opportunity to get power out of Aroostook County, because we can't continue to pile residual waste up, and we certainly can't lose money on trucking it to biomass facilities in other parts of the state. So I really believe that this is the time. This is something that has been talked about for a long time. I think there's a real, probably narrow, but there's definitely an opportunity to do this. And it could be something that could be definitely very good for my area. So I understand I'm biased. But when we talk about energy goals for the entire state of Maine, I think this is a big way that we could unlock that. You're certainly not going to get the controversy that you would in some other industries. And it's right there in front of us. Big step. A lot of things have to work right, and I understand that. But I'm sure that we have an opportunity to at least try and do that. today is hopefully the first step in that, and I'll certainly try and take any questions.
Thank you, President Jackson. Are there any questions from the committee? Just as a comment, President Jackson, I know you and I have discussed this before. You know, when I was in your role, I was very familiar with Northern Maine and the challenges of Northern Maine and having family that comes from that area, knowing it well. And Northern Maine, I've always argued, has been in a recession or a depression for perhaps 50 years or more. And that is bad for the state of Maine. There are economic costs for us for that to continue to occur. So certainly from my perspective, I've identified this as one of the priorities for our committee to begin to address how we treat and how our electric grid treats Northern Maine as part of being part of the entire economy of Maine in our energy and economic development plans. So I just want to give you some reassurance that my goal is to see that we address this session.
I appreciate that, Senator Lawrence. I definitely know that you mean that too.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, President Jackson. I just wanted to echo that sentiment in that this really is, I think, a piece of the puzzle to strengthening our regional infrastructure. And I know that there are definitely nuances with being connected to the Canadian grid. And there are efforts underway in the Atlantic Canada region to decarbonize and beef up their infrastructure. And there's a lot of great work that we're doing right now that I feel like this bill is a key piece of strengthening the entire region. So I just wanted to echo that I am also thinking about this a lot. So,
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President, for being here. I think Representative Kessler alluded to this a bit, but I just want to clarify. I believe currently a lot of the folks that you represent enjoy slightly lower electric rates, one of the benefits of being tied into Canada. And I will be interested to hear from others probably if this line were developed and the area was tied into the ISO New England grid, what type of increases in costs that might mean for folks in your region and or the rest of us served by that grid. So I don't know if you have an answer to that, but I'm guessing that you probably anticipated that when you put the bill in, and others may have that answer. Thank you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Representative Foster. It is lower at this point, but the idea that you can get energy out without basically being held, I mean, somewhat hostage, has certainly been a part of why biomass has gone down in Aroostook County. That was a constant push and pull with that, and obviously having new facilities or one facility would be a big key to that. But if you're going to be at the mercy of sending power through New Brunswick to get back onto the grid, you're always going to be unsure, uncertain of what that's going to mean. The aspect of connecting the ISO, I'm not certain that in the end that it's going to be the same type of connection. There could be a merchant line, but I think that obviously is going to be up to, well, at first this committee, how they put in, we'll put it into the statute. But definitely the PUC, and I agree that there could be a time that this proposal comes back and it's, too cost prohibitive. And at that point, the PUC, obviously should not go forward. But if there's a chance to change things where multiple developers could come together to maybe have a line built that is cheaper because of the size. The more than one person taking this on, then I think there's an opportunity. And there's obviously at this time a lot of things with the federal government that just happen to fall into our lap that could make this project more viable. But obviously it's going to take a lot of work with this committee and then a lot of work with the PUC. But it has to start somewhere. I agree. At this point, we do have cheaper energy, but we have no ability to keep the forest products industry where it should be or push forward. And things have to change because of that. And there's no development, as I already said, less than 4% of net energy building projects have taken place in Aroostook County. There's a multiple developments for wind energy that I don't get a lot of pushback on, unlike other parts of Maine, but just can't make it work at this point.
Other questions for President Jackson? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will go on.
Everyone. Take care.
Take care. We will go on to proponents, people wishing to speak in favor of this bill. And I'll recognize Dan Hendrick from Clearway Energy Group. Dan?
Morning, Senator, and good morning to members of the committee. Thank you very much for hosting this hearing this morning. By way of introduction, Clearway is one of the largest owner-operators of clean energy in the United States, with over 4.7 gigawatts of wind, solar, and energy storage projects operating in 28 states. We're a little different than some of the other renewable energy developers that you'll hear from today, in that we are here for the long term. When we set up shop in a community, we look to hire local employees. We expect to be there for 25 to 30 years at a minimum. We take great pride in our investments in local communities and partnering with institutions such as Northern Maine Community College to develop a pipeline of students and so on and so forth. So we really do take that long view. As the Senate President mentioned, the biggest obstacle that has prevented Aroostook County from connecting to the rest of New England is the lack of a transmission line. And the beauty of LD 1710 is that it finally breaks the logjam where any single project would have to build a transmission line. This takes a different view of aggregating all these projects potentially together and creating a comprehensive plan that considers renewable energy projects and transmission in tandem in order to maximize the efficiency and avoid burdening any single project with 100% of the upgrade cost. Another exciting feature of this legislation is that it can accommodate multiple fuel types. I know the committee's done a lot of great work around beneficial electrification and kind of thinking about what the grid of the future will look like. Because this legislation has a unique approach to build it and see what will come, it creates an opportunity for the commission to look out years into the load forecast and say, well, in the year 2030, our system is going to shift to more night peaking. So we need to think about those resources more. So it allows the commission to think those issues through, and I'm sure it'll be a bunch of exciting proposals that come in. I'll leave it to others to talk about their individual projects, but the one my company owns in Aroostook County is a well over $1 billion investment of capital, making it one of the largest ever projects in Northern Maine. Hundreds and hundreds of construction jobs over at least a 2-year period, long-term, facility operations staff. We'd look to probably set up one of the largest TIFs that have ever occurred in the state history, along with the required payments that come. So just, we're just one example of one of the many resources that could fit in here. And finally, I would just point out that the commission has the discretion in this legislation to say no, just to address some of the questions that were raised earlier. If the proposals come in and they're not cost effective, they don't make sense, more work needs to be done, the commission has the discretion to issue a new proposal. So it's really a very low risk way to give it a chance and see what comes in without really taking any risk to ratepayers. So thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dan. Are there questions? Excuse me, from the committee?
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dan. We'll go on to our next proponent wishing to speak in favor of this legislation, and it's Anthony Horahan, excuse me, from Irving Woodlands. Anthony.
Bless you, Senator. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Anthony Horahan, and I represent Irving Woodlands. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1710. As mentioned, Aroostook County is blessed with many significant natural resources, such as timber, wildlife, and our wind resources. For decades, folks have made a living managing many of these resources and exporting to them to other areas of the state or the country while providing for their families. Unfortunately, this isn't possible currently for the wind resource in the area, or as Senator Jackson mentioned, the biomass resource. As I'm sure the committee members know, the existing transmission infrastructure that links northern Maine to the south is at capacity. We need increased transmission capacities to the north if we're going to play a role in providing renewable energy to help the state meet its energy and climate goals. The area of Aroostook County has large wind resources, sparsely populated areas that would not create the controversy we've seen with other projects in the state. However, some of these projects are shovel ready, but they need a way to move the electrons. There are wind developers that have spent over a decade on projects in the area, but ultimately no single project can justify the expense of the transmission solution, as was mentioned. The inclusion of biomass facility adds opportunity for more jobs associated with the collection and hauling of wood waste from the forest, and will also ensure sawmills can get rid of the byproducts from production. However, if there are choices that have to be made in this bill, I believe if the transmission solution is dealt with, then the market requirements for renewable energy will drive projects, including biomass and wind. So thank you for your time this morning, and I urge you to support LD 1710. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Anthony? Seeing none, thank you. We'll continue with proponents, people speaking in favor of this legislation. And I'll go on to Jackson Parker from Reed and Reed. Do we have, Jordan, do we have Jackson here? Yes, there he is. Go ahead and unmute yourself. There you go.
Yep, all set. Hey, as you can see, I am not, for those of you who know Jack Parker, I am not Jack Parker. I'm, thank you, Senator and members of the committee. My name is Gerald Coombs, and I'm actually manager of business development for Reed and Reed. So I'm speaking on behalf of Jackson this morning. He had other commitments. Thank you for this opportunity. Reed and Reed is one of Northern New England's largest and most versatile general contractors. Our company was founded as primarily a bridge building firm back in 1928. And we've prospered under 4 generations of family leadership to build a longstanding reputation for excellence. In the 90 plus years of our existence, we've expanded from primarily a bridge building company into different markets, one of them now including renewable energy. At the outset, I'd like to express our appreciation to Senate President Jackson for introducing this legislation and applaud the committee's efforts to drive the growth of Maine's renewable energy sector. Renewable energy represents a significant portion of Reed and Reed's business around the country, and our company stands ready to help this committee meet your energy and climate goals. LD 1710 is the culmination of a journey that's been decades in the making. The residents and businesses of Northern Maine have been talking about building a transmission line that could finally unlock the region's power generation resources for many years. That's because the region has a tremendous wind and solar potential and economic goals that make it the ideal place to locate these resources in an environmentally sensitive manner. What's been missing up until now is a market signal to tell the world that Maine is ready to get serious about tapping into the region's potential. LD 1710 sends that signal loudly, clearly, and strategically. Never before has Maine had the opportunity to architect such an impressive and diverse array of renewable energy resources to engage the creativity and competition of the private sector to bring cost-effective resources online, and do all of that while planning for the future of Maine's electric grid, which has to have a balance of different kinds of resources. Reed and Reed is excited about the potential to serve as a partner in building Northern Maine's renewable energy future as envisioned by LD 1710. Our Woolwich-based firm has unparalleled expertise in executing complex and innovative infrastructure projects. We're also able to mobilize the best construction talent right here in the state of Maine. This will ensure that Maine will generate and retain the economic benefits like payroll and income taxes envisioned in this legislation. I'll close out our testimony this morning by underscoring the incredible assembly of factors that makes this the right time to pass LD 1710. First is all of you on this committee. We have a pro-energy legislature that understands the importance of investing in cost-effective renewable resources. Maine also has a governor that has made climate change a high priority. And the Maine Climate Council and the State of Maine Renewable Energy Market Assessment have pointed the way for us to act. One of the most exciting developments is the strong likelihood of federal infrastructure bill that includes an investment tax credit for transmission projects, which will dramatically reduce the cost of the transmission line envisioned in LD 1710. Reed & Reed stands ready to help this committee realize this long-held dream for Northern Maine, while making sure that Maine businesses and Maine women and men can build this future, this bright future for our state together with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We will continue with those testifying in favor of this legislation. And I'll now go on to Amy Kurt from EDP Renewables. Amy?
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for having this public hearing on LD 1710. We are really excited to support this legislation and look forward to working with the members of the committee to hopefully bring it across the finish line in the short amount of time left. I will encourage the committee to act swiftly to pass LD 1710 for numerous reasons. I'll mention a few. This bill will enable Maine to meet its clean energy and climate goals in a cost-effective manner, number one. Number two, it will bring new jobs and economic development opportunities to a critical area of the state. Number three, it will provide Maine with an opportunity to take advantage of the likely to come federal tax credits for major transmission projects. These are currently being contemplated by Congress and we think are going to gain a lot of support and very likely to pass. And number four, it gives clean energy businesses like ours an opportunity to bring the best projects forward for consideration at really no risk to Maine ratepayers. So as you've heard me introduce myself before to this committee, so I don't have to spend a ton of time, but EDP Renewables, that's the company I work for. We're one of the largest owner and operators of renewables across the country. We've got 53 operating wind farms, 8 operating solar parks, 800 staff members, and we're growing like crazy. And we want some of that growth and we hope for that growth to be in the great state of Maine. We started our initial development efforts in Maine 2 decades ago, signing leases with landowners, testing the wind speeds in Aroostook County. And since then, we've developed, we haven't yet built, but we have developed a top-notch wind farm called the No. 9 wind farm, which at its smallest would be around 250 megawatts, but at its largest, it could be about 1,000 megawatts or a gigawatt of clean energy that we could be bringing to market. But as you know, this project has been stalled for one very simple yet also complicated reason. Or I should say the reason is simple, but the solution is complicated. And that's just the sheer fact that the county lacks the electrical infrastructure to bring its tremendous clean energy resources to the grid and ultimately to consumers. And if it's enacted, LD 17 will create a real opportunity for us to build the No. 9 wind farm, finally. We really look forward to working with this committee. One thing I know that was talked about earlier in the hearing, so I'll just mention quickly in wrapping up my testimony, is that the legislation really just contemplates this line being a generator lead line. So connecting the generation resources to the ISO New England grid and to the customers on the ISO New England grid. It doesn't connect the NMISA grid, or the Northern Maine grid, to ISO New England. So the ratepayers and customers in Northern Maine would not be exposed to ISO New England charges. It's just connecting the generation resources to the ISO New England grid. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about that, and perhaps in the future, if this line were built, the ratepayers and customers in Northern Maine would be one step closer to joining the ISO New England transmission grid if they so chose, and that would be a separate process, probably separate legislation and a whole separate discussion. But it would bring those folks closer to the ISO New England grid, but I don't think that this legislation actually connects those two grids. It just connects the generation resources to ISO New England. So with that, I'll wrap it up. Hopefully I didn't cause more confusion than necessary. And again, really appreciated it, Senator Lawrence and members of the committee, for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Kurt? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will continue with proponents speaking in favor of this legislation, and I'll recognize Matt Kearns of Long Road Energy. Matt.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence and members of the committee. I've testified before you before, so I won't go into the background, but I've been working on wind in Maine since 2006, which by my count is 15 years. And we've developed and built 700 megawatts in Maine, totaling about $1 billion of investment in wind. And I think more importantly, we've done it with Maine contractors and a Maine supply chain that is sprinkled around the state, tiny towns around the state that have contributed in various businesses in different ways. So really, really proud of the work that we've done over the years in Maine. I think this is a moment of real convergence and a really important opportunity for the state of Maine. As Amy said, we've been and Senator Troy Jackson said, we've been sort of waiting for this opportunity for decades, and many developers and folks have tried to make this connection between Northern Maine and Southern Maine, but really transmission are the keys to unlock. It is the key to unlocking renewable energy in Northern Maine. We've got the opportunity to do it in LD 1710. Just quickly, we built a 148 megawatt wind project in Southern Aroostook County called the Oakfield Wind Project. In its day, it was the largest wind project in Maine. We had to build our own transmission line. So we built a 59-mile generator lead, a gen tie, to get that power to market. There was no other option. So I agree with all the previous comments. Great resource in Aroostook County. We just can't get it out. And given the convergence between federal policy and state policy today, we finally got the opportunity to organize capital in a way that will achieve both the ratepayer objectives and the economic development objectives in the county. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. We're very supportive of Long Road and look forward to getting to work on our King Pine project, which is a very large project, 600 to 1,000 megawatts in Aroostook County, and would be our contribution to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Kearns? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kearns, for the testimony here today. I'm wondering, the 59-mile, I believe you said it was, lead line that you had to install. How many megawatts, and you may have said this, I probably just missed it. How many megawatts is that farm that?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. It's a 148 megawatt wind farm in Oakfield. And then the gen lead was a 115 kilovolt line that spanned from Oakfield all the way down using a lot of the MEPCO corridor. We just basically parallel the MEPCO corridor all the way down to near Lincoln in the Chester substation. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Kearns from the committee? Okay, next we'll recognize, excuse me, I think it's Melissa Winnie from the GEO, from the Governor's Energy Office. Melissa?
Great. Good morning, Senator Lawrence and members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie, and I'm the Energy Policy Analyst with the Governor's Energy Office, testifying today in general support of LD 1710. I will be submitting written testimony, and I'll do my best to summarize that in the 3 minutes here, but there's quite a bit that we've included. As a reminder, in our Renewable Energy Goals Market Assessment, we provided important information and assessed the renewable energy market and its ability to meet the state's clean energy requirements. That report identified that transmission is a key component to Maine's renewable energy future, particularly as the state pursues beneficial electrification of heating and transportation. We'll need to generate additional renewable electricity, and to provide that to the grid, we'll need additional transmission infrastructure. Additionally, there's another report, it's titled a little long, the Final Stakeholder Report pursuant to Public Law 2019, Chapter 57. That was a resolve to study transmission solutions to enable renewable energy investment in the state. That report also identified the key transmission and distribution areas throughout Maine that face or may face constraints where power flows may at times be restricted or congested. Given the importance of clean energy generation in northern Maine for a variety of reasons, including aiding the state in meeting our clean energy and climate requirements, as well as economic development opportunities for northern Maine, and the limited ability for delivery of electricity from that region to southern load centers, the GEO is appreciative of the sponsor for putting this proposed legislation forward. We understand the importance of finding solutions to the challenges of providing clean energy generation from northern Maine. We do have a few areas of additional consideration that we would like the committee to consider, and I'll try to summarize those now. The first is related to costs and regional coordination. As was identified in both of those reports I mentioned, there are opportunities to pursue regional collaboration and potential cost sharing with other New England states who utilize the regional electricity grid and may benefit from the additional clean energy resources available in northern Maine. There is some language in the bill related to coordination with ISO New England and related entities. We just want to ensure that that regional coordination explores and pursues opportunities to consider the development of this line and benefits to the regional grid in a way that allows for potential cost sharing across ISO New England states. Related to the biomass preference language within the legislation, we just want to further understand, and that's subsection 3, paragraph F, which calls for the PUC to make every effort to ensure that at least one contract, be for a biomass generator fueled by wood or wood waste. Given the other components for consideration, including cost effectiveness, meeting the statutory energy and climate goals, and economic benefits to northern Maine, we have some questions about this additional technology requirements. We do support a fully competitive bid process that would allow for the greatest benefits to Maine people. 2 other points quickly in regards to the renewable energy generation project specifically, we encourage the committee to consider how this transmission and generation procurement would be established in relation to other renewable energy procurements proposed by legislation this session, as well as the second round of procurements established by Public Law 2019, Chapter 477. And then finally, across the region and nationally, it's recognized that transmission will be needed to be upgraded and expanded to meet our clean energy targets. In the past few weeks, the Biden administration has made several announcements related to supporting the expansion and modernization of the electric grid, including new financial tools and guidance to build transmission lines. So we want to ensure that Maine is able to take full advantage of federal funding opportunities for infrastructure development, including for transmission lines. As stated again in the Renewable Energy Goals Market Assessment, limited transmission.
I'll let you know, Melissa, we're at the 3-minute mark. So if you want to present any of this information at the work session, that would be fine.
Great. And I will submit written testimony and just conclude by saying that, the GEO is committed to working on this effort in coordination or informed by existing studies, interested stakeholders, including any studies that are happening at the regional level as well. And appreciative of, again, the sponsor putting this forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Winnie? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Tom Welch. Tom, go ahead. You need to unmute.
I'm now unmuted, I think.
There you go.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name's Thomas Welch. I live in Hancock, Maine, and I spent about 15 years as chairman of the Maine Public Utilities Commission, in part struggling with figuring out how to deal with the electricity and energy issues in northern Maine. And as you may recall from my testimony with respect to LD 336, one of the questions we continue to ask is, what does any particular area or Maine in general have the rest of the world wants to buy? And northern Maine has some very useful renewable energy resources that the rest of the world does want to buy and that Maine wants to develop. And this bill, and I'm testifying in favor of LD 1710, is actually an excellent vehicle to unlock those resources. Last August, I prepared an analysis, which I've included in the written testimony, describing the difficulties in building the needed connections between renewable resources in northern Maine and the major Maine and New England markets. And I concluded it would be good policy to find a way to build transmission with sufficient capacity to unlock a significant amount of that renewable generation. In particular, I noted the likelihood that a transmission line with substantial capacity serving several northern Maine renewable energy projects would have significantly more favorable economics, that is, would be less expensive for developers and customers than any one or two projects standing alone, or even a group of one or two projects working on their own, each with the need to build standalone transmission connections. But because renewable projects are, for good reasons, required to compete against one another, and because the timing of various projects may be difficult to coordinate, it is unlikely that the market alone will support the financing and construction of that optimal major transmission line. Moreover, smaller projects standing alone, because they cannot share in the scale efficiencies of a high capacity transmission line with a high load factor, are likely to be priced out of the market. LD 1710 would address the problem I noted in my August analysis directly. It would in essence permit the kind of beneficial aggregation of interest needed to build the requisite transmission, and would also support the development of the renewable generation resources that would make use of that line. Moreover, I believe it does so with sufficient safeguards of customer interests, and it is appropriately agnostic about who should build what, while allowing the kind of aggregation of interest that the market seems unlikely to achieve. I ask the committee to vote ought to pass and would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you again, Mr. Welch. I was wondering for the work session, could you provide an estimate of what the transmission costs are likely to be to get the power out of the county?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I think actually the analysis I include in my written testimony describes at least the kind of math that one would apply. So there would have to be a lot of assumptions about exactly what the total cost would be. But in very rough terms, if you build a 345 line and fill it to capacity, you're looking at a very low per kilowatt hour cost of the transmission. Whereas if you are, in the 1 or 2 cent range, I think, if you build a line of that size and fill it, say 20%, you're looking at a much higher cost. And if you build 3 or 4 115 lines, which might be the alternative and what the developers would otherwise have to look at, you're also looking at a much higher cost. So I'd be happy to see what I can do, or maybe encourage people who have more direct knowledge of the cost to participate in the work session and be sure to provide you with that information.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Welch? Seeing none, thank you. We are at the bewitching hour of 10:30, and we're about halfway through our testimony on this bill. So we'll be taking a 15-minute break now, and we'll be back at 10:45 to continue with proponents on the bill. Please mute your microphone and Okay, let's see how many members we have coming back online. Not certain if Jeremy Payne is back. Jeremy, are you back yet? Okay, we'll wait a minute for Jeremy Payne to join us. He's our next witness, or next person interested, I should say, in testifying on this legislation. Jordan, why don't you bring Brendan Casey over too as well? And I don't see that Jeremy is back yet. So if Brendan is here, we'll go to Brendan Casey from the American Clean Power Association, testifying in favor of this legislation. Brendan?
Thanks. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, members of the committee. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present American Clean Power's testimony here today. My name is Brendan Casey. I'm an economist with ACP. For those of you who don't know, ACP is a trade association representing America's wind, solar, transmission, and battery storage industries, as well as contractors, manufacturers, and others involved in the renewable storage and in the renewable sector. As speakers have noted before, that while the proposed legislation could result in many combinations of generation and transmission resources through the competitive bidding process, one potential scenario that we looked at was a roughly 200-mile, 345 kilovolt double circuit line constructed in northern Maine that could support the addition of at least 1,200 megawatts of wind capacity. It's worth noting, Mr. Welch, who spoke earlier, discussed that the fuller the line, the cheaper it would be on a per kilowatt hour basis. While we didn't do that particular kind of analysis, that general concept is correct, and we agree with his stance on that. So in preparation for today's hearing, for the last few weeks, we've been developing a detailed economic impact analysis, as well as ratepayer impacts under this potential scenario I discussed. My written testimony has the full details, including our assumptions and methodology. But here today, I'd just like to highlight a few of the more compelling economic impacts that our analysis showed that could be particularly important in a vulnerable region like northern Maine. Our analysis showed that the construction of this 200-mile transmission line alone would generate over 2,100 job years, paying those workers over $111 million in wages, salaries, and benefits, and bringing to the state over $14 million in state and local sales taxes. After the line is constructed, this line would generate another $6,400,000 in earnings per year for permanent O&M workers, as well as $6.3 million in state and local sales taxes and $6.2 million in property taxes over the life of the transmission line, estimated here at about 30 years. For the generation resources that would be enabled by this line, we could see another 1,500 job years involved in the construction of these wind farms, paying workers over $85 million in payroll and benefits, and bringing roughly $72 million in state and local sales taxes to the state during the construction phase. These wind projects as well will have ongoing operations and maintenance employment, employing over 50 Mainers, earning around $3 million in annual salaries and benefits, and accruing to the state over $22 million in property taxes and $8 million in land lease payments for 30 years. It's worth noting that ACP did not estimate the value of a tax increment financing district, which could exceed $100 million over 30 years. As for the ratepayer impact of building the transmission line, ACP found that the typical residential customer would see an increase in their bill of just 79 cents a month, or less than 1% of the average bill size. It's also worth noting that we didn't model any of the potential benefits for ratepayers involved in this. So this should just be considered a conservative estimate, looking at the most we could collect from ratepayers without accounting for potential decreases in bills related to access to low-cost resources such as wind.
Great, Brendan. So you know we have a 3-minute time limit on testimony.
Sure.
So if you submitted your written testimony, that will be available to the committee to review. And if you're available to attend the work session, they may have additional questions for you.
Sure. That was all I wanted to say as well. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Brendan. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now continue with proponents with Jeremy Payne. Jeremy?
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association. Apologies for having stepped away and missing the call to return. But here to testify in support of LD 1710. We applaud President Jackson for his steadfast commitment to delivering economic and employment benefits to his district and the state through the provisions within this legislation. Importantly, this bill will also help the state achieve its solar, wind, and greenhouse gas reduction goals. But to be clear, LD 1710 is not the only answer, but rather it provides an important step in the direction of bringing online clean, cost-effective, Maine-made electricity. For well over a decade, conversations have been going on now about how, when, and whether to open up the renewable energy potential of northern Maine. And now is the perfect time to pursue the solution as laid out in the bill. Between the clean energy federal tax policies and the governor's firm commitment that Maine won't wait, this is the ideal moment to benefit from the lessons learned of the PUC's recent successful grid-scale procurement process that will help deliver to Maine ratepayers high-value, low-priced renewables. This bill allows for discretion to be vested with the PUC to examine the cost benefits and even reissue an RFP if the bids do not meet the statutory provisions. This discretion is not only true of the transmission procurement, but also includes the generation procurement of any bids for contracts from qualified renewable energy sources. Importantly, this bill focuses upon what is often forgotten when we debate policies about adding new clean energy supply, which is the need to invest in new infrastructure to modernize our system, to ready it for the grid of today, tomorrow, and well into the future. So we applaud President Jackson for identifying that need and proposing a very viable solution to that problem. I do want to include one suggestion for your consideration, which is that as part of its bid review process, the PUC should also consider impacts on existing and future renewable generation. There may be opportunities to design transmission solutions that will reduce or mitigate curtailment of existing projects, and or also allow for clean energy projects elsewhere on the Maine grid to benefit from the development of that infrastructure within northern Maine. So with that, we respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jeremy. We will continue with proponents speaking in favor of this bill, and I'll go on to Paul Towle from the Heuristic Partnership.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of EUT. My name is Paul Towle. I'm president of the Heuristic Partnership. We're a private-public partnership in Heuristic County, working on all things economic development. Heuristic County is very excited about this project, the potential of this project. It's not only important to northern Maine, but it's also for Maine's efforts to meet our very aggressive RPS goals. I'll go through a few reasons why I think this bill is important. And first being that it's one of the largest investment opportunities ever in our economically challenged area of northern Maine, providing opportunity for billions in capital investments. Thousands of construction jobs will be created. I think you just heard about some of that a couple of presenters ago. Dozens of long-term operation and maintenance jobs be created on the transmission line, as well as through wind, solar, and biomass projects. Northern Maine Community College, when Marsville Mountain was built out, stepped up, introduced a program, wind power technology. I talked to President Crowley yesterday. He's very much in favor of this bill. He wasn't able to testify, but says NMCC is ready and willing to put whatever programs in place to train workers for this project and projects across the state. So that's great. Good partnership to our college. This is a competition that would be open to all kinds of renewable energy: wind, solar, geothermal, hydro, whatever, and storage. So it allows competition across, a pretty broad basis. It gives preference to existing rights of way to avoid some of the contentious battles we've seen, like through the New England Clean Energy Connect project. I think this would fly through pretty seamlessly, my prediction. The ensuing projects promise to generate millions in economic benefits to a much needed area in northern Maine through jobs, payroll taxes, local taxes, etc. And climate advantages, obvious there. We all know what we're doing this stuff for. This would advance the goals of the governor and Maine's Climate Council and the state Maine Renewable Energy Market Assessment. And I think finally this Aroostook County is really leaning into this. We've been waiting for decades for an opportunity to produce our renewable energy up here and get it to the markets where it's needed. So we're excited about this. We hope you see this the same way we do. It presents a great opportunity it's a win-win for everybody. So I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1710. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll go on to Ryan Gehagen from, excuse me a minute, from
Treadwood's the name of my company.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Bering, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Gehagen. I'm the owner and managing member of Treadwood, which is a Maine-based renewable energy consulting firm. I have offices at the Loring Commerce Center in Aroostook County, and I also have an office down at the New England Ocean Cluster in Portland. I'm testifying today in support of LD 1710 on behalf of myself, a business owner, a ratepayer, and a resident of both northern and southern Maine. I'm also testifying on behalf of Con Edison Transmission, an independent competitive transmission company, and the developer of the Maine Power Express and the Maine Power Link transmission line projects. A bit of background: my father, Hayes Gehagen, himself a former representative and senator like yourselves, after the closure of the Loring Air Force Base, recognized the value of the 200-mile long, 50-foot wide pipeline and corridor connecting the base to Searsport. It had been our goal. I joined him in this effort in 2012 to attempt to use this existing right-of-way, which is very hard to acquire, for electric transmission that would help release these stranded wind assets. And I've been working with him on this since 2012. We went out and secured Con Edison Transmission as a development partner, and we're very familiar with the issues faced with connecting these renewable resources to ISO New England. We've optimized the way we've looked at this line now as an AC line, as the first rung of the ladder to be able to access these resources. This procurement is a great first step in the full utilization of the potential resources in the county. My goal today is to listen to the testimony of others, be brief with my own oral testimony, allow any questions. I'll submit detailed testimony following this proceeding. So I thank you all for your time and consideration of this very important bill that's been long in the making.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Gehagen? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. And apologies if you're not the right person to ask, because I think this is a question I would address to multiple developers. And I will also admit that I'm asking on behalf of Rep. Berry, who has a bad connection to joining us right now, but I have the same question as well, which is, have a group of developers tried bidding this proposal into the Massachusetts RFP process? Was this out there competing with NECC, similar lines in New Hampshire, Vermont? And I'm just curious if that happened, and if you can say anything about how it fared, or if it didn't happen, why was this not proposed in that circumstance?
Yes, so the version of the project that I'm responsible for and developed is called the Maine Power Express. It was designed as a HVDC line project, which is similar to the Northeast Energy Connect, Clean Energy Connect. That project was bid into Massachusetts 83D RFP that resulted in the Northeast, that project being selected and getting a contract. It was designed to be buried underground from Holton to Searsport and then under the ocean and connecting to Boston. To be able to deliver a significant amount of wind, it needs to go to a significant load center. At the time of the bid solicitation, we, as former Chairman Welch mentioned, we did not have a fully loaded high capacity line. We had about 600 megawatts that we were trying to deliver on a 1200 megawatt DC line. And it did make the economics difficult to compete with a fully loaded hydropower line. So originally that RFP chose the New Hampshire line, and then that was rejected, and they moved instead to the New England Clean Energy Connect. We have since adjusted our strategy, and instead of connecting all the way down in Massachusetts with this project, we found an opportunity to make it AC instead and connect it to a point in ISO New England past the major congestion. And this could be like we said, a first step, a first rung of the ladder, instead of going with the big, larger project. Hopefully that answers your questions. I certainly can provide a lot more information too following this if needed, and I'd be available for a work session.
Any follow-up, Representative Grochowski?
Yes, thank you for that overview. It sounds like you have pivoted from what was originally proposed to the Massachusetts RFP. Do you anticipate that you and maybe a consortium of other developers would bid such a revised proposal into a future RFP, which I think we expect Massachusetts and other New England states will have more of?
It's possible. We are in the interest of trying to build projects, and it is long-term power purchase agreements that and procurements like this that enable them. We do look for the 20 to 30 years financing, and that's the easiest way to make a project such as this happen. Right now, Massachusetts is a lot of their focus in the offshore wind. They procured a significant amount of energy in offshore wind resources. And I think that there are some signals being sent to the markets about transmission lines coming from Canada or requiring new rights of way to obtain, and that sends a lot of signals to developers. They look for easier paths. So our project right now being in Maine, 100% resources coming from Maine, the line is built in Maine and it interconnects in Maine, is we think much more feasible at this stage. There is a significant amount of concern in the general public about exporting all of our power to Massachusetts. However, that is a significant resource. We sell our lobsters to Massachusetts, sell our blueberries to Massachusetts. We should be open to selling our excess renewable energy to Massachusetts or other states as well.
Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Gehagen.
Sure.
So with the intermittent nature of renewables, how do we fill the transmission line with generation coming out of Aroostook County to bring that per kilowatt price down? What would you recommend?
Yeah, so we have a study that was put together by CES, Richard Silkman, and we're looking at the load curves between when the wind blows and when the sun shines. Significant amount of parity between also winter months and summer months. So we've been optimizing the generation mix to get the highest capacity factor possible with the right amount of wind and solar on the line. But also there's opportunity for some existing hydro resources that are in near the area that can add some firming capacity. As I've said, there is significant potential here for this to be the first rung of the ladder. There is a place potentially for tying in Canadian hydropower for balancing to increase the capacity factor on the line. That's not part of this bill. It's not what this is calling for, but we're looking at a transmission line from Aroostook to ISO. Once we're up into that territory, it does become a little bit more economically feasible to potentially add a tie to Canada, if that makes sense. And that increases the capacity factor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any follow-ups? Any other questions for Mr. Gehagen? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll continue on with our presentations in favor of this legislation. Jordan, did we have Tim Frost to be here, or was he unable to make it?
Tim Frost is not currently in the attendees list, so it doesn't look like he's here currently. If he shows up, I will let you know.
Thank you. But we do have Matthew Marks from the AGC. So Matthew, why don't you go on and continue?
Yep. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I live in Scarborough, Maine, and I represent the Associated General Contractors of Maine, located here in Augusta. We support LD 1710. We want to thank the sponsor, President Jackson, for submitting this bill. As you heard from so many developers this morning, it was exciting to see some of the faces I hadn't connected or had a chance to connect with during the last year and a half testify in support of this bill. There's been a lot of excitement about renewable energy in general in the region that would be connected by supporting this bill. Obviously, some frustration over the years that we saw potential growth in that region that was limited by the fact we couldn't connect the energy generation to the resource. Rewinding back just a little bit in 2009, 2010, and I know I've spoken to the committee about this before, but the substantial investment of renewable energy really helped keep the construction industry moving at a time when it was we lost about 26% of the workforce. You know, looking ahead of what Maine's climate goals are, and when you read the report, Maine Won't Wait, it illustrates pretty clearly that we have to continue to invest money in our transmission and delivery system in order to meet our goals related to renewable energy. I think Commissioner Welch nailed it on the technical aspects of this bill. I look forward to the future discussions that will hopefully tie together a project that I believe will benefit not only the businesses who want to develop in Northern Maine, but also the people in Northern Maine who will have the benefits of the tax revenue, but also the careers in construction and managing the facility generation here on our own soil. So we wholeheartedly support this project. We're happy to answer any questions. I believe this is a solid investment, a very good move forward, and a long overdue as folks have tried to figure out ways to connect Northern Maine to the grid. So with that, I leave you my testimony that I've written and submitted to you, and yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee for Mr. Marks? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have Tony Buxton here, Jordan? Yep, I see him. Tony Buxton for Clearway Energy Group to testify in favor. Tony?
Thank you, Senator. Distinguished members of the committee, I am Tony Buxton, testifying briefly for Clearway. I will not read my testimony. I would only point you to the beautiful charts that are part of it, because they reflect an important step that we believe the state of Maine should take in purchasing renewables. As you know, you passed LD 1494 2 years ago. One RFP under that has been completed, another one is underway, and they have produced power so far at an average cost of 3.5 cents. However, most of the projects that are being purchased or whose power are being purchased are solar for a variety of reasons that, you know, I won't go into at the moment, but would be happy to discuss. The challenge for Maine is to purchase renewables in the future which fit our needs. For example, if we are to switch the 60% of our homes that heat with oil to heat pumps, either in part or in whole, we need to have power that's available in the winter when it's cold and particularly at night. The charts provided to you are those prepared by Dr. Silkman in preparation of his report, which you're all aware of, which show that it is onshore wind, in particular Aroostook wind, northern Maine wind, that best fits the load curve of heat pumps. And therefore, what we would suggest is that as part of your consideration of this bill and Senator Vitelli's good bill and perhaps others, that you consider authorizing the commission to make purchases designed to fit the anticipated load curves as we move to beneficial electrification. I would also point out that Dr. Silkman found a stunning value of the northern Maine wind because, as we all know, it's colder for longer in northern Maine and the wind blows harder in cold weather. So that extraordinary wind resource is easily the best onshore wind resource available to Maine and frankly to New England. And this legislation would allow that to be capitalized upon to the great benefit of Maine and to our movement to zero carbon. Thank you. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Buxton? Representative Foster, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't find my mouse. Thank you, Mr. Buxton, for being here. Just a question. Do you anticipate, if you looked at this close enough to see what you think, as the bill seems to indicate, although the sponsors seem to think there was wiggle room there, that through the PUC, ratepayers would be paying for this line. Do you have any idea what the anticipated increase in rates might be, if that's the case, and which ratepayers that might be?
Well, let's assume that that power contracts are ordered by the commission that obligate both Versant and CMP ratepayers to purchase wind power and maybe solar power from northern Maine from the resulting contracts, and that those are determined competitively. From what I can tell, the ACP analysis appears to be correct, which talked about 70 cents a month for ratepayers. A point I would make here is that the more, and Ryan Gehagen made this point, and perhaps others, the more power you put on the line, the more you reduce the average cost of the transmission, obviously. And so the challenge is to fill it up. And there may be some interesting ways to do that. For example, Senator Jackson has added a provision to the bill which requires a biomass contract. There may be ways to do one or more biomass contracts that help the forest products industry dispose of their waste, which is otherwise going to turn into methane, in an economical way and save 110-mile trips to other places and fill up the line. So let's talk about actual numbers. It's my rough estimate, and you need to recognize that my scores in college and high school math were not that high, that you're looking at a price here that first of all diminishes the more you put on the line, and you can have a mechanism for such a line. The commission could consider proposals and has received proposals like this in the past, where the cost to ratepayers of the line itself diminished as the line filled up. And that cost could run from as high as 2.5 cents, for example, down to, if the line were completely full, 0.3 cents. So the economics of this line depend on two things. First of all, everybody can bid. And the last time around, there were at least 2 bids. There might be more this time. There are certainly other parties than those the Avangrid and Maine Power Link that might bid. For example, Versant or an affiliate might bid, or NextEra, and so on. So what you get is some creativity in the competitive process. And secondly, the moment of opportunity is now. The Biden infrastructure plan is proposing a 30% investment tax credit for transmission rather than something for solar and wind and so on. And that would reduce the cost of any transmission line equivalent to tax exempt debt financing. So the challenge here is to start a process with the commission that can take advantage of these changing factors on a competitive basis and see what you get. The commission can always say no. The other point I would make, and the most important point of all, is I'm not privileged to disclose the price or prices that any of my clients bid at. But I will tell you this: there's no cheaper power in Maine than the power that will come out of Aroostook County wind projects anywhere. So it's really worth looking at. And the question is, do you build the transmission necessary to get to it so you lower the cost of getting to zero carbon between now and between 2021 and 2050? Sorry to go on so long, but I know you wanted a fulsome answer.
Representative Grochowski?
Did Representative Foster have a follow-up, or?
I'm sorry,
I do.
Representative Foster, did you have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes, I do, if I may. Thank you again. And Mr. Buxton, you've heard earlier testimony here talking about attempts to put a line in that would help to supply power to southern New England, them obviously purchasing that power from Aroostook County sources. I'm wondering, you're very familiar with Dr. Siltman's analysis on what Maine is going to need by 2050. If that's the case, and we already have situations where some are saying that power we're selling out of state, for instance, there's a 56 tower wind farm in over near Kingsbury Plantation that technically feeds power to Connecticut. Does that count with this line if it were feeding power into ISO New England grid and it was being purchased in Massachusetts? Does that count towards our ultimate goal of what we think Maine needs, or are those separate? And so, in other words, I guess my question is, does it depend on what we do with this bill on the benefit to Maine or to other states in that regard? In other words, what the importance of the line to Maine versus others.
Thank you. That's a terrific question. That's an excellent point. The answer is it shouldn't count. Depends on who's doing the counting. But Maine doesn't get to zero carbon by having Massachusetts build wind projects in Maine and take the power. The fact is, we're competing against other states for low-cost renewable resources, as you well know. And Massachusetts is far behind Maine. They have no indigenous renewable resources that they're willing to use, and with the exception of offshore wind. And even that won't get them to where they need to go, assuming they persist in their efforts. And that may be true of other states as well. We're closer, but the challenge for us is to develop the stuff that's low cost and tie it up before somebody else gets it. Because there's a limit, as you well know, to how much onshore wind the citizenry is willing to tolerate and where it can go. And these projects happen to be there's been a tremendous amount of work done on them. They're not new, they're not strange. They've worked hard on public acceptance, and you've heard a lot of public acceptance. So basically, yes, they could be sold to Massachusetts, but it would be unfortunate for Maine if they were.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Grochowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is a little bit challenging to know who to address it to, and I realize I think you may be the last on the list of people testifying for, so it falls to you. But I noticed that CMP and Versant, who ultimately would be connecting this electricity to anywhere the demand is, be it in our state or elsewhere, aren't signed up to testify. Can you explain to me these assets? Who do they end up belonging to? Do they become part of the rate base? How does this connection to our existing T&Ds work?
Thank you, Representative Grohosky. I appreciate that I'm last and therefore perhaps even least. And it's an honor to be able to attempt to explain what utilities are thinking. And the answer is I don't know, but let me answer the question specifically. There is no profound limit on who can bid a transmission line or two into this RFP. And that may be important to you. Avangrid might bid one. They apparently have bid before. And it may be that Versant or an affiliate of Versant would bid one. Both CMP and Versant are owners of the Maine Electric Power Company line and right of way, which goes in the right place for this kind of project. And if they're not going to use it, or if the terms aren't right, it might get used by somebody else, or there may be other rights of way. However, the bottom line for this line is that the proponents of the line, the three wind projects, have conceived of this as a privately owned generator lead that would not trigger any other issues, such as should Northern Maine be tied to ISO New England. That's a decision for you and for NMISA and Northern Maine. It's not something that the proponents of the bill want to address here. So it would be, at this moment, privately financed, although I will tell you that there's a willingness to consider a public finance and joint development. Con Ed Transmission, which is not testified today, but which is involved with Mr. Hagan, is actively pursuing what I would call jointly financed projects in New York State to bring power from the Great Lakes area into New York City. There's a great deal of creativity going on here, and this RFP is requested to unleash that and focus it on this Northern Maine issue.
Great. Any follow-up, Representative Grohosky?
Not at this moment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Buxton? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jordan, I believe that completes people testifying in favor of this legislation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll go on. Seeing no opponents, we'll go on to people testifying neither for nor against. And I'll recognize our public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry and members of the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins, and I'm the public advocate with the Office of the Public Advocate. And I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 1710. Please do not take my lack of support to mean in the position that I am taking on behalf of the Office of the Public Advocate in any way to show my lack of enthusiasm that I have seen with this particular project, especially from all of the stakeholder groups in Aroostook County. I want to thank President Jackson for submitting this bill, and I understand there was a previous concept draft that was presented by Senator Stewart with respect to the Governor's Energy Office's stakeholder group. This is a very complicated issue. It has been for a long time. Having chaired both the House the chair of both the House and the Senate of your committee, which has tackled with issues such as this. It is a very difficult issue. I was fortunate to be asked and included representing the Office of the Public Advocate by the GEO in a stakeholder group process. The stakeholder group met 3 times, January 10th at the University of Maine Presque Isle, another meeting on February 21st at the University of Maine Presque Isle, and then virtually by Zoom on May 8th. And I was very, very impressed with the quality of and the tenor of the correspondence and presentations that were made at those meetings. Unfortunately, because of COVID, this special group of individuals and stakeholders only met 3 times. And I would ask the committee to review the anticipated report that is currently being drafted by the GEO before making any decision on this pending legislation. And if necessary, ask the working group to reconsider off session to give this issue consideration it really deserves. I in no way I'm trying to push this off in order to harm the possible potential of this project. I think it's something it has to be looked at. Unfortunately, Aroostook County has found themselves in a unique position. And I think this particular bill, although we've seen others, does give a vehicle for Aroostook County to be finally, potentially anyway, included and connected with the grid, which obviously is extremely important because of the wheeling charges that have caused a significant problem. Also, the biomass issue is a very important issue. Unfortunately, the day on January 10th, I was staying up overnight and I was talking to these individuals who were there, and they informed me, listening to the conversation, they were there to dismantle one of the facilities. And it was pretty discouraging because I was just checking out and going to the meeting at the University of Maine Presque Isle when it wanted to be encouraging about the possibility of the biomass issue because it is really important to the foresters. And they're working to dismantle one of the plants, which needs to be addressed. That issue needs to be addressed for potentially in a collateral way with the foresters and the byproducts that are involved. So I would hope that this committee will go forward with this process. I think you have the governor's group and the governor's energy office supporting this generally, and I'm sure that with some tweaking, this bill could in fact be a reality. So although I'm testifying neither for nor against, I'm encouraged by the support this bill has.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Hobbins? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will continue with those testifying neither for nor against, and we'll go on to Harry Lamphere from the PUC. Harry?
Yes, good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the committee. My name is Harry Lamphere. I'm the Administrative Director at the Public Utilities Commission. I will be brief this morning. This act requires us to do 2 RFPs, as you know. And the first RFP would be regarding to the transmission line, which is a little bit different than the normal RFP we do. In effect, it would finance the development, construction, and commercial operation of the transmission line or lines. Presumably, the value of the transmission asset would be transferred to the utility for the benefit of the ratepayers, but the commission would seek clarity on what entity will ultimately own this asset. It's a little bit unclear to us specifically. The Act gives substantial guidance on the evaluation of the proposals, which is extremely helpful. And certainly it's clear that if all the proposals appear to not be cost effective, we could redo the RFP, which we certainly would do based on your guidance. It might be helpful to have clarity on what happens in that first round of proposals. If we find that they're not cost effective, do we reject them all? I mean, it seems fairly clear, but it would be helpful for some additional guidance there. And then regarding the renewable energy RFP, the second procurement in this act, certainly that's something we do. And I will say, I think our staff does very well there. We have the right team of engineers and analysts and lawyers to evaluate proposals very effectively. So certainly that would not be a problem. I guess I would just say, and we've said this in other aspects of testimony in front of you, and I think Mr. Hobbin has just alluded to this, that, you know, maybe the committee should consider, you know, the renewable energy aspects of this procurement as it relates to other procurements the committee is currently considering and the subcommittee that is considering. So with that, I will end. I can try to answer questions, but we certainly will be available for work session and can bring back anything the committee would need at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Lanthea, for being here today. If you could, for the work session, I would like some clarification on how the PUC sees this being paid for. From the testimonies I've heard so far, it seems that this line probably would not be a two-way line. Therefore, probably ratepayers in the area in Aroostook County would not see their rates go up to help pay for this. And in effect, according to the way the bill is written now, in fact, CMP and Versant ratepayers are the ones who would be seeing their rates go up to pay for this project. So if you could just bring whatever clarity you can to that piece of it for me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly, be happy to do that.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go on to our final person testifying neither for nor against, Rob Wood from the Nature Conservancy of Maine. Rob?
Hey, thanks so much, Senator Lawrence and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Rob Wood. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Climate Policy for the Nature Conservancy in Maine. We're on the fence on this bill about testifying in support versus neither for nor against. We're supportive of the overarching purpose of the bill. We do want to see a transmission solution in northern Maine. We handle criteria and resource eligibility. So first, we think it's fair to characterize the amount of new clean energy infrastructure envisioned by this bill as substantial, with the potential for a substantial footprint on the landscape. We appreciate that preference is given in the bill to transmission line proposals that use existing utility rights of way and other existing transmission corridors wherever feasible. We think that appropriately recognizes that habitat fragmentation from new transmission lines can be avoided or minimized by co-locating with new infrastructure with existing infrastructure. However, we have suggested some ways to improve this language to clarify it and strengthen it, including by removing the wherever feasible clause, and also by clarifying that the preference should be for transmission proposals co-located with existing transmission lines and roads rather than just rights of way, because utilities may have rights to as yet unused rights of way that are currently forested or otherwise natural lands. Similarly, and this is second, we'd like to see environmental siting criteria added to the evaluation criteria for renewable energy generation projects. So while each of those projects will undergo site-by-site environmental permitting, we think the bid evaluation process through a procurement like this provides an opportunity to evaluate proposed projects' environmental impact relative to one another at the landscape scale. so that the suite of projects that are selected are collectively most compatible with the environment. Third, we have some questions about resource eligibility. So as it has been noted, there is an explicit preference for biomass generation. If that's going to be the case, we think that there should be standards included that ensure such facilities are efficient and modern. For example, an efficiency standard that supports combined heat and power facilities. I provided some more details on this in my testimony, and also included some concern about the prospect of putting more existing renewables under long-term contract, which the bill would allow for. Just lastly, we would encourage the committee to consider how this bill fits with the other bills proposed this session on renewable energy procurements. So collectively, it looks like these bills could result in more than 2,000 megawatts of new renewable energy under long-term contracts, which is really exciting in the context of addressing climate change. But we think that as we're moving in that direction, we should ensure that the details of these procurements are designed to select the optimal mix of projects to match Maine's environmental, climate, and equity goals. So again, we support the ultimate goal of the bill of LD 1710, but we just suggest that there are ways that the committee could tweak some of the details to make sure the optimal mix of projects are selected. So thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wood, can you remind me, did the MERDI group weigh in on this? And sorry that I can't remember anymore who said what in that report.
Yes, thanks, Representative Grochowski. So you're referring to a stakeholder group that TNC convened over the past 6 months or so with a number of other stakeholders in Maine, the Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative. We actually hope that the recommendations from that report will be coming out more publicly in an EUT Tech event in the near future. So we'll have a save the date for that soon. But yes, one of the recommendations in that report, so we're looking at ways to modernize the grid, essentially to make sure that the grid is being built and operated to meet Maine's climate and clean energy goals. And one of the recommendations is to address the transmission challenge in northern Maine and connect renewables, unlock renewables in northern Maine through new transmission. And it also explicitly states that an effort to unlock renewables with new transmission should ensure that transmission is well sited. And so that's what we're really focusing on here as TNC in our testimony today, is that the siting component and making sure that, as this moves forward, that we're really making sure the details are right on the environmental siting criteria.
Any follow-up, Representative Grochowski? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, and thank you, Mr. Wood, for your testimony today. I must say I've heard a lot of testimony the last 3 years for and against bills in regards to renewable energy. And I think yours is the first time that I've heard from a nonprofit environmental group at one of our hearings where that you raised concern and specifically where you mentioned in your testimony that the 1,200 megawatts represents a substantial footprint in the state. And as you're well aware from Dr. Silkman's earlier testimonies before this committee, his prediction, which is really the only somewhat detailed plan I've been privy to on how we get to 2050 and full electrification of the state, is that we need 15,000 megawatts of power. 10,000 megawatts of that is going to be, according to his estimate and his plan, onshore, solar and wind, and 40 to 45,000 acres of solar, and the rest wind, 2,500 megawatts of onshore wind. And recently we heard testimony that it's estimated each megawatt of onshore wind requires about 45 acres of footprint. The reason my question is why, with what I've heard anecdotally, where that there is support in this region for renewable energy, where in other regions of the state there may be less support for wind and solar, why at this time you've come forward with this concern when this 1,200 megawatts only represents 8% of what the total Dr. Siltman predicted we need is, and 12% of what will be, according to his estimate, provided by onshore. So, and I guess why have we not heard this concern with other renewable energy projects around the state? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Representative Foster. It's a great question. So I will note that, first of all, the Nature Conservancy does support rapid deployment of renewables, but we also want to see those renewables be well sited. And I think kind of where we are now at this point in time is that, there are a lot of new procurements being proposed, which again is exciting from a climate perspective. But I think given, what the amount of new megawatts that we're seeing proposed, we think it is an appropriate time to bring forward these issues, before the state does move forward with these new procurements, because this collectively what's been proposed this session, I believe again is more than 2,000 megawatts potentially. In the past, procurements have been authorized by the committee, for example, in the 2019 RPS legislation. That will result ultimately in something in the 600 to 900 megawatt range in terms of new renewables that are being procured. And so I think this, we're looking at substantially more now, and we wanted to flag that this is the from our perspective the right moment to really think about how we start to incorporate these siting criteria as we're going out and supporting projects with long-term contracts. In terms of the geographic location, we do support unlocking those renewables in Aroostook. We also noted in our testimony in LD 1350 earlier this session that we'd like to see environmental siting criteria included in that bill as well. So we have flagged it before. Part of the reason we're neither for nor against on this bill as well is because of the explicit preference for biomass. We, as an organization, support combined heat and power and efficient biomass. But the older standalone biomass facilities are less efficient, and so we wanted to note that as well. So I think it's just an evolution as we move forward as a state, just to kind of flag what we're seeing as the major issues that we want to raise as a conservation organization.
Thank you.
Is there any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Mr. Wood from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I believe, unless I'm mistaken, Jordan, that this concludes our testimony on this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll declare the hearing on LD 1710 to be closed. We will go on to our next piece of legislation, which is, I believe, LD 245, an act regarding rural water districts. Do we have Senator Guerin here, Jordan, to present it?
I am here.
Great, thank you. So I'll turn it over to Senator Guerin to present her bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and esteemed members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Thank you for allowing me to present LD 245, an act regarding rural water districts. This legislation stems from an issue the Corinna Water District brought to my attention. The water district is run by a board of 3 trustees. As these trustees age and resign from the board of trustees, the district is having trouble finding younger individuals to replace them. The district didn't know what would happen should it lack a quorum. I have worked with the interested parties on amended language to the bill, and it is attached to my testimony. And your analyst has been very kind in working on that and can give you the most update language. The amendment allows the Public Utilities Commission to appoint a receiver if, after opening an investigation, it determines that a customer-owned water utility does not have a quorum of trustees necessary for continued operation. The amended language allows the commission to adopt routine technical rules that include standards and procedures. Furthermore, the amendment creates the small consumer-owned water utility infrastructure fund to provide grants for infrastructure improvements to small consumer-owned water utilities. Corinna Water District is not unique. This is a problem for small water districts statewide. The committee will hear from folks today with greater understanding of this issue, including a rare ought to pass testimony from the PUC. And it is my hope that after listening to them, the committee will pass LD 245. Maine small water districts need to have more clarity regarding the next steps that they should take if they are not able to fill seats on their boards. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Senator Guerin from the committee?
I would just add one thing, if I may, Senator.
Yes, go ahead.
For the fund this would create, I am hoping that some of the recovery money might be put into that infrastructure fund. So that would be my hope for the funding source.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to proponents of the bill. And we have back Harry Lanfear from the PUC.
Good morning again. It's rare that we do this, but in this particular case, we are testifying in support. This legislation really fixes an issue, as you just heard, that is very real. We've seen it several times, unfortunately, where these smaller districts have difficulty filling seats for a variety of reasons. But I think the sponsor is correct that getting folks to participate is hard, and getting some of the younger folks especially. So basically, this would allow us to assign a receiver to handle the day-to-day operations of these districts in these situations. Without that, technically, they could not legally sign documents, pay bills, make payroll, and do all the things that a small water utility should be able to do. So this bill provides us with a mechanism, that allows them to continue their operations until such a time as, they've corrected the number of people they need to be trustees as it relates to their charter. Every charter is a little bit different with the number of trustees and how it works, but this would allow utilities to continue their operation, and we don't have any concerns or issues with this legislation whatsoever. So I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Are there questions from the committee for the PUC? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will go on to Bradley Sawyer from the Maine Rural Water Association. Bradley?
Good to start, Senator Lawrence?
Yes, please go ahead.
Regardless how many times you come through the portal, it's always a little concerning. My name is Brad Sawyer. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Maine Rural Water Association, a resident of Augusta, and we're here today in support of LD 245 and thank Senator Guerin for putting this legislation in. We've been working with her and folks at the PUC for a while on this, and are happy that we've come to a solution that we're all in agreement with. Mr. Lanfear said it perfectly. I certainly don't need to rehash that. I would add one concern that we've heard from folks around that they've all felt better after the explanation, that in talks with the PUC, they're not looking to use this the minute a board seat is open. The legislation specifies this is after an investigation. It does not lend authority to the PUC to choose board members at local utilities. That authority still is in the hands of the community, whether it be appointed or elected trustees. This is really just an avenue for them to be able to help districts or utilities that are struggling to find people and keep everything going and working in a legal manner. So we support this and respectfully ask for a not to pass vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I believe, Jordan, that concludes the testimony on this legislation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I'll declare the hearing on LD 245 to be closed. We'll go to our final bill of this morning's hearings, LD 744, an act to extend the right-of-way surrounding power lines for the purpose of tree trimming. It's presented by its sponsor, Representative Richard Pickett. Representative Pickett, go ahead.
I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence. And I'm glad you saved the best for last.
You still have 8 minutes left, Dick, so don't worry, you're still morning.
Okay, there we go. Good morning. Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Dick Pickett, State Representative for House District 116, which includes the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru, and the beautiful White Mountains of Maine. I'm here today to introduce LD 744, and I'm in full support of it. An act to extend the right-of-way surrounding power lines for the purpose of tree trimming. I believe this bill is important for a few reasons. Reducing the number of power outages as well as the duration of those outages is something that has been a continued concern in heavily forested and mostly rural areas. Reliable electric transmission should not be a wait and see situation when there are high winds in these areas. We have seen situations where more effective vegetation strategies could have prevented lower loss and the duration of the power loss in vulnerable areas. I do believe a review of the current practices is in order so that residents can experience a more consistent level of service and not put those, especially with health issues, in a potentially dangerous situation. I believe it's also critical that rate increases remain as affordable as possible for the customers of a utility company. We have seen unpredictability following major storms in the past, and I believe a review of best practices is also in order. Please join me in supporting this bill. I thank you for your time, and I know there are others coming behind me that will be much more well prepared to answer your questions, but I will try if you have any.
Are there questions from the committee for Representative Pickett? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We will go on to people testifying in neither for nor against this bill. And I'll first recognize, I'm sorry, we have someone testifying in favor of this bill. I apologize. I believe it's Kathleen Newman from CMP. Kathleen?
Thank you, Senator. Members of the committee, I am Kathleen Newman, Director of Government Affairs at Central Maine Power Company, testifying in support of this bill. We welcome a PUC inquiry and to seek public comment on vegetation management strategies. Our company is working hard to reduce the number and duration of outages experienced by our customers as a result of in and out of right-of-way tree branch contacts. Our vegetation management program trims every mile of line in our service territory on a 5-year cycle. In 2021, we'll trim 5,100 miles of line at a cost of $26 million. Our approved trimming zone is 15 feet above conductor wires and 8 feet in the right-of-way next to them. We also have hazard tree ongoing work system-wide to deal with trees and limbs outside of the right-of-way that threaten the conductor wires. Over the past 5 years, over almost 87% of customer outages were tree caused, of which over 82% were trees that were out of the right-of-way. We currently are undertaking a pilot project at the direction of the PUC in Jackman, where we had been experiencing significant reliability problems. As part of that pilot, we're testing a ground to sky method of trimming that is more effective because it eliminates the overhanging branches that may cause outages. The PUC will review those results, and that may be a good starting point to make changes that would be acceptable from cost, reliability, and aesthetical perspectives. Balancing the need for reliable electricity service with the need for electric rates to remain affordable for consumers is a laudable goal, and we look forward to participating in the PUC's review, and thank Representative Pickett for bringing this bill forward. I thank you for your consideration, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. Ms. Newman, I'm curious, does CMP usually use its own employees to do this work, or does it contract this work out to others?
Both internal and external tree crews.
Any follow-up, Representative Grochowski?
I don't know if you could answer this, but I'm curious if the external crews, I presume they would cost more than the internal crews?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll check it out.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Newman. I'm wondering, as we know, especially secondary roads in Maine, there are a lot of trees that are growing close to the road that if they come down will contact the lines. Do you have any estimate of how far back from the right of way this bill might allow yours and other companies to remove trees and or limbs?
Well, up in our neighborhood, I'm up in St. Albans, and as you know, most forested state in the nation, lots of trees, big trees that can really cause problems. We do have the authority to go outside the right of way for hazard trees. So if there's a tree that's leaning, that is just hung up on other trees, or that looks like it's going to fall, we have customers calling us all the time. I called CMP just the other day on my dirt road in St. Albans, and they can come out and cut trees that are outside of the right of way. It's really sort of as we see it, we can do it. If we get complaints, we can do it. There's not a restriction, I don't believe, to how far out we can go, but we do end up obviously in situations where customers are concerned, don't necessarily want us cutting their trees on their property. So we do a lot of communication and outreach with customers. I don't think that this bill actually is directing the PUC to set any kind of limit or standard on how far back outside into the right of way we can go.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Newman, and we'll go on to people testifying neither for nor against this legislation. And I'll recognize Neil Goldberg from the Maine Municipal Association.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 744 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. This position was established while the bill was still only a concept draft, but after seeing language in the amendment to make it a resolve, our association would support what this is trying to accomplish. We, of course, see the benefit to proactive tree trimming to avoid those acute crises of power outages, which inevitably probably have an adverse effect on ratepayers. And so we would encourage the study to the benefit of tree trimming. One or two things that our members noted that this study should be mindful of are that trees do serve a purpose, not just, they serve a purpose intentionally for communities, specifically to create walkable communities, to encourage economic development. And so those considerations need to be made as we're talking about vegetation management practices. Secondly, it was raised by a few members that anytime we're talking about expanding rights of ways, that also infers that we are encroaching maybe on someone else's rights, specifically property or air rights. And so just the extent to which that is the case should be resolved. And for those reasons, we are neither for nor against, but happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Any questions for MMA from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll continue with people testifying neither for nor against. And I'll recognize our public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins. I'm here in my capacity as public advocate with the Office of the Public Advocate. I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 744. The OPA has reviewed the sponsor's proposed amendment to change the bill to a resolve and will be commenting on that language. The OPA appreciates Representative Pickett submitting the legislation. Ensuring service reliability is one of the core missions of the Office of the Public Advocate. Vegetarian management is a significant financial burden for Maine ratepayers, and the OPA would like to acknowledge the Commission's thorough review of vegetation management costs, strategies, and in rate and service cases. The PUC is already doing this to a certain extent on a utility by utility basis, but perhaps it is time for a more holistic review of the process. However, if it is the pleasure of the committee, the OPA believes that a study with a report back may be more appropriate than an inquiry by the Commission. With that said, the OPA would like to reiterate how important vegetation management is for safe and reliable electric service. Any questions you might have, I'll be more than happy to answer them, and well, I'll be present during the work session. Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll continue with those testifying neither for nor against, and we have Derek Davidson from the PUC. Derek.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go now. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, honorable members of the committee. My name is Derek Davidson, and I'm the director of the Commission's Consumer Assistance and Safety Division. And I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Commission, neither for nor against LD 744. I think it would be helpful for the committee for me to talk about what the Commission is currently doing with regards to vegetation management. Barry Hobbins just recently talked about the Commission looking into vegetation management practices of utilities on an individual basis, and he's absolutely correct about that. Under current law, utilities are allowed but not required to trim vegetation that's encroaching upon or located in close proximity to utility lines to ensure that the utility meets its obligation to provide reasonable and adequate service. Currently, each utility maintains its own vegetation management program. Both CMP and Versant maintain a 5-year cycle trim program, whereby they trim every section of their distribution system once every 5 years. CMP trims vegetation that's located laterally within 8 feet of its lines, and Versant trims vegetation that's located within 10 feet of its lines. The rationale for the 8-foot trim zone is that on average, Maine's vegetation grows 1.5 feet per year, and thus trimming it once every 5 years ensures that the vegetation does not grow into the line before the next trim cycle. I also wish to know, and I think Kathleen talked about this from CMP a little bit earlier, that the Commission approved a pilot program for CMP to explore options for improving its vegetation management practices and the resiliency of its distribution grid. The pilot program is currently taking place in Jackman and includes enhanced danger tree removal, the use of taller poles and reinforced cross arms, as well as the targeted use of tree wire. The total cost of this project is estimated by CMP to be $6.6 million. And this is going to serve approximately 3,000 customers in the Jackman area. Given the reliability problems that have existed in Jackman over many years, this should be a useful test case for these enhanced vegetation management techniques. The Commission will use the results of the pilot program to help shape future vegetation management practices for CMP and other utilities as well. In addition, in Versant's current rate case before the Commission, it is proposing several enhanced vegetation management practices that include expanded trim zones, expanded right-of-way purchases and trim, expanded use of tree wire, as well as enhanced danger tree removal. I also want to note that the Commission monitors each company's progress in achieving its vegetation management goals through annual reports that are filed with the Commission, which include the areas that are trimmed annually, the amount spent on the program, outages that the utility experiences by cause of outage, and customer and service interruption data. So in closing, I want to emphasize that the Commission shares the concern about reliability expressed in this legislation, as well as the importance of considering cost impacts of reliability improvement. The Commission would be pleased to report back to the committee with updated information regarding the vegetation management activities that I've mentioned today. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to respond to any questions the utility may have at this time, and I'll also be present at the work session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for the PUC? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you for the testimony. I want to clarify, are consumer-owned utilities tree trimming at any different rate than the investor-owned utilities? Do they have different rules or requirements than you outlined for CMP and Versant?
The COUs each have their own trimming policies. I'm not familiar with each of their policies. They are most likely different than Versants and CMPs. And there's not any specific regulations regarding the trimming practices. They're expected by the Commission to trim as necessary so that they can meet their obligation to provide reasonable and adequate service.
Any follow-up, Representative Grochowski?
Yes, thank you. I'm curious, you mentioned, of course, Katie and Safety. Is it possible to get those values for CMP and Versant separate? I mean, I see that we rank worst in the country for reliability, but I don't know how it is differentiated between the two utilities. And as you mentioned, they have different tree trimming protocols. And I seem to recall that we don't have that data for the consumer utilities, but if we do, I would love to see that too.
Sure. We can certainly get that for CMP and Versant. How many years would you like to see?
I think a couple would be helpful since there's 3 maybe, if that's doable.
Sure.
Thank you.
And you're correct. The COUs do not track those statistics, but I can certainly provide that information for CMP and Versant.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the PUC from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Jordan, do we have anyone else to testify on this bill?
I believe that's it.
Okay, I will declare the hearing on LD 744 to be closed. So I'll give a schedule update for the committee. We were supposed to start work sessions at 11 o'clock, and clearly we haven't done that. So I'd like to keep the committee working through into the afternoon. So I think what I'll do is break for lunch now, come back at 1 o'clock. We'll work for precisely 2 hours to 3 o'clock. And then for the members of the NEB subcommittee, we're going to take a break for 15 minutes and start the NEB subcommittee at 3:15 to just keep the progress on that subcommittee going. So the rest of the members of the committee will be able to sign off and have from 3 o'clock on to do other work. Any questions about this schedule from the committee members? Okay, I'll just ask you to stop your video and mute your mic, and we'll see you back precisely at 1 o'clock. How we all doing? That good, huh? Okay, how many do we have back? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can everybody hear me fine? Dan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we have 6 now back. So I'm going to suggest a process for this next 2 hours to see if we can speed things along as quickly as we can. We have Dan first, and Dan has a series of work sessions coming back. And I'm going to ask him to read off the LD numbers in a minute. And then I'm just going to ask the committee members if they see any among those that are kind of low hanging fruit that we feel we can dispose of quickly. And we deal with those first. And then if there are things that are going to be more complex that we may have to caucus, we leave those for later. And we do the same with Deirdre to kind of get those bills out where we think we have a resolution ready for the committee. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, Dan, which bills are yours to be worked?
I have 385, 597, 900, and 918.
Okay, 385, 597, 900, and 918. Out of any of those, does anybody feel like we are possibly they could be any of those bills could be quickly dealt with? Chris, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, I think we could quickly deal with 385.
Okay, so why don't I lay 385 on the table? Dan, is this our first work session on this?
Yeah, all 4 of those bills I noted have not had a work session yet.
Okay, so 385, why don't we go through your analyst presentation and then we'll move on to action on the bill.
So I sent you all of my materials a couple minutes ago for all of the bills. LD 385 is an act to amend conflicts in the laws governing the Efficiency Main Trust. This is Representative Kessler's bill. It was introduced as a concept draft. Prior to the hearing, the sponsor distributed a proposed amendment which replaces the draft and reconciles a number of conflicts in the Efficiency Main Trust Act that were created through the enactment of different legislation during the 129th legislature. It provides as a goal for the trust the weatherization by 2030 of 35,000 homes and businesses, provided that at least 10,000 of such projects are completed in low-income households through the combined efforts of the Efficiency Main Trust and the Maine State Housing Authority, and broadens the existing authorization for the trust established training programs for installers of solar energy equipment to include energy equipment generally, and provides other changes to that authorization. There were a number of parties that testified in favor of the bill, none in opposition or neither for nor against. However, as I've noted here, the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine stated that they do not support in section 1 of the bill, including the climate action plan goals relating to heat pump installation and electric and hybrid vehicles. While they support those goals, they note that there were many other goals in the climate action plan that are not included in the amendment, raising questions of equity. I have 2 notes here that are my own. The first is that those 2 goals that the professional logging contractors raised were inadvertently left out of the amendment summary. So if the committee votes to advance the bill, I'll just make sure that a description of those are included in the summary. And then finally, I've noted here that the technical language used to resolve the statutory conflicts may need to change once I get input from the revisor's office. But the substantive intent of those changes would be carried through to the final language. I just wanted to note it may look a little different in terms of resolving those conflicts than the amendment that you reviewed. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll stop my share.
Dan, were there any report backs we were waiting for?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that came up during the hearing.
Good. So what's the pleasure of the committee with respect to this bill? Representative Kessler?
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence. There is just one piece of the language that I wanted to further finesse that was in section 6 of the amendment. And that is the section that deals with changing the installers of solar equipment to energy equipment. It is the intent to also clarify that applies to building performance contractors as well. So the people who install insulation, auditors, and the like, that aren't installing energy equipment, but they are dealing with the efficiency of the home. So we just need to tweak the language slightly to reflect that group of people as well. And that was the intent of Michael Stoddard when he had written this up as well. So just wanted to make some clarification there.
So for the purposes of moving this forward, Chris, do you want to make a motion of ought to pass as amended?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to, yeah, go ahead.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Representative Ziegler. Debate or discussion? Is there anybody we want to hear from? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have probably 2 questions for the sponsor. One is, would he be willing to drop the language that the professional logging contractors had concerns with? And the other is, will the establishment of the number of homes, and I think I raised this before in the hearing, of 35,000 homes and businesses, is that going to be overlapping, or is that going to be conclusive as far as the GEO's plans for weatherization goes? In other words, will that meet the needs of everybody concerned, that number? Thank you.
Chris?
Yes, thank you. To the second question, that language is reflective of the goals that we had worked on that match with the Climate Council goals to double the pace of weatherization. We also lined up this very specific language to LD 551. So there is continuity in the effort there. So I don't think that's going to muddy the waters at all. That's all lined up. As it pertains to the criticism, I am not in agreement with the criticism. These particular goals are very concrete, that are programs that the Efficiency Maine Trust is already dealing with. The other goals that and efforts that need to be underway in the other sectors of the energy economy aren't necessarily going to be under Efficiency Maine Trust's purview like these particular ones are. And in the Climate Council studies, this is something where we have concrete data. We have existing programs that are already on that mission of getting those jobs done. And so that is the genesis of these two particular goals, but in particular, the heat pump goals. So short of it is, I wouldn't want to muddy the water with including additional stuff beyond this.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. And Representative Kessler, thank you for the answer to that question, because I do like to try to consider all the testimony that we get, and there wasn't that much on this one, but that point for Mr. Duran was one of them. But I noticed in his testimony, he doesn't recommend like what other proposals would be considered or be reasonable to consider under Efficiency Maine Trust, as you just noted. I think there's a lot in the report to work on, but only some of the things are very specific and obviously fit under Efficiency Maine Trust. So I want to just say I feel comfortable with your assessment that these do belong here, but I didn't hear any actual suggestions for other things that do belong. And I don't think that we can fit this entire report in this one bill. So I'm okay with it. And I don't see it as an equity issue because I think we're all committed to trying to figure out how to move these forward.
Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I planned on voting for the bill, hoping we could get the PLC recommendations in there, and like what about pellet boiler rebates? Seems like combined heat and power should be in there if the heat pumps are in there.
Other debate or discussion? Representative Grochowski. Representative Grochowski.
My apologies. Thought
That's
I clicked
okay.
the button. I'm just trying to flip through the climate report here and see if there are any specific examples of, like you said, combined heat or power. I think the reason that these are in here is because they were the ones that were really elaborated in the plan. But if we missed something obvious that would fit under Efficiency Maine Trust, if you could point it out to us, I would be happy to personally to consider if it makes sense.
Anyone? Debate, discussion? Are we ready to vote on this? I'm not seeing anyone. Dan?
Just to be clear, Representative Kessler, does your motion include those changes you mentioned to section 6?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Any other debate or discussion? Okay, I'll have Jordan call the roll.
All right, so the motion was ought to pass as amended for LD 385, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli? Senator Vitelli is absent. I believe Senator Stewart is absent as well. Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood? Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon is absent as well. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo is absent as well. That is 6 in favor, 2 opposed, 5 absences. Is there a motion to go along with the opposition?
If one of you wants to speak up, that's fine.
Just ought not to pass for me.
I'll join that too.
Okay, so the motion is 6-2, and that bill we'll have a language review on, I assume, Dan? Is that correct? And any potential fiscal note or anything like that? So we'll
Yeah, yep. I'll need to circle back with Efficiency Main Trust to figure out that the building performance language, and then I'll probably bring it back to you.
Okay. Any other bills among the 4 Dan has that people think might be easy for us to get to a quicker vote on? I don't see any, Dan, so I'm just going to suggest you take them in numerical order then.
You want to do 597 then?
Yes.
So LD 597 is an act to establish the Wood Energy Investment Program. This is President Jackson's bill. The bill establishes the Wood Energy Investment Fund and creates the Wood Energy Investment Program within the Efficiency Main Trust. The bill specifies that funds collected from alternative compliance payments made by competitive electricity providers to satisfy the portfolio requirements for thermal renewable energy credits must be used to fund that Wood Energy Investment Fund. The bill requires the trust to use funds from the fund, if there are any, to provide incentives and low interest or no interest loans for new wood-derived thermal energy or cogeneration projects. It requires that the trust consult with the Finance Authority of Maine when appropriate in the development of any Wood Energy Investment Program incentives and the distribution of money from the Wood Energy Investment Fund. It prohibits the use of funds for incentives or loans for the refurbishment of or maintenance of existing facilities. I've listed the persons or entities that testified for, against, or neither for nor against the bill. Some additional background on LD 912. As noted by the sponsor, he introduced LD 912 with the same title in 2019, which would have established a program substantially similar to that proposed in this LD. It received a unanimous ought to pass as amended vote in the EUT committee, adding an allocation from the PUC to fund the program. It was enacted by both the House and Senate and then sent to the governor for action. It was subsequently recalled from the governor's desk, tabled in the Senate, and carried over. During the second regular session, it remained tabled in the Senate, and it ultimately died in that same posture upon the final adjournment of the 129th legislature. As I distributed at the time that I sent out this analysis, and also a couple days ago, a number of stakeholders in collaboration with the sponsor have developed a proposed amendment to the bill that would shift the focus from wood energy to thermal energy. A note here on the funding source: unlike LD 912 from 2019, which proposed funding the program using the approximately $5.5 million left over from the biomass contracts awarded pursuant to 2016 legislation, this bill would instead fund the program using any alternative compliance payments made pursuant to Title 35A, Section 3210, subsection 9 by a competitive electricity provider to satisfy the portfolio requirements for thermal renewable energy credits under Section 3210, subsection 3-C. The program can also accept funding from other public or private sources. Funding estimates: the PUC noted that because the TREC standard did not begin until 2021, any alternative compliance payments would not be received by the PUC and transferred to the trust until mid-2022, making it difficult to estimate the funding that might be available for the program proposed in the bill. PUC did note that in terms of ACPs accepted for Class 1 standards, the trust received $939 in 2018, $2,167 in 2019, and $0 in 2020. There were some proposals from the governor's energy office, noting that given the uncertainty regarding how much ACP funding will be available for the program, a recommendation to establish some flexibility in determining how to best use that funding to support the TREC market if available, and including language to ensure that any projects supported by this funding meet TREC program requirements. The Efficiency Maine Trust recommended clarifying FAME's limited role in the program by deleting reference to FAME in new section 10128 subsection 1 and retaining the more descriptive language about FAME in section 10128 subsection 3. Also, the EMT recommended clarifying the meaning in section 10128 of a project including co-location development that increases the efficient use of wood for energy production. This is on page 2, lines 25 through 26 of the bill, which seems to suggest funding could be used to develop some other project nearby a wood energy device. We don't have any fiscal information yet. I did send out again the proposed amendment from that group of stakeholders, and I can answer any questions you have.
Great. Are there questions for Dan from the committee? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the committee with respect to this bill? Representative Kessler?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I was wondering if a representative from the PUC might be able to tell us where the alternative compliance payments are used, what they are used for currently, as little as they are, which was actually quite interesting to see.
Can someone, Jordan, can you beam someone over from the PUC? Is there anybody there, Jordan?
Yeah, Garrett Corbin's on his way over.
Okay, I see him. Okay, Garrett, are you able to answer that question?
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. Thanks for asking, Representative Kessler. I can't answer what that little bit has been used for, if it has been used right off the cuff, but I can get back to you very promptly on that if you like.
Representative Kessler, is that fine? Okay, Dan?
I'm not sure if this is what you were getting at, Representative Kessler, but the alternative compliance payment language says that the commission shall deposit all funds collected into the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Resource Fund established under section 10121, subsection 2, to be used to fund research, development, and demonstration projects relating to renewable energy technologies and to fund rebates for cost-effective renewable energy technologies.
Representative Kessler, does that get to answer your question?
That is the answer. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or debate or discussion on this? Well, actually discussion on this bill or any motions anybody wishes to make? Representative Grochowski.
I was curious, the Efficiency Maine Trust commented that they thought it would be helpful to clarify the meaning of co-location development, but I didn't see any changes to that section in the amendment we received. So I wondered if we could hear from Efficiency Maine Trust about whether they thought that was really important and what further amendment we might do right there, or if they have reviewed this proposed amendment and are okay with it as is.
Is there somebody from Efficiency Maine Trust you can beam over, Jordan?
Who would I be looking for? If there's someone in the attendees list, they could also raise their hand, I guess.
Michael Stoddard? Or anyone who works there? I see a hand raised. No.
Representative Foster had put his hand up, but I think that was by accident.
Never do that again, Representative Foster. Trying to see with the sun.
Hi, folks. I'm here if you would like me to chime in on that.
Okay, Michael, thank you.
Good
Mike,
afternoon,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Michael Stoddard, Executive Director of Efficiency Maine Trust. Nice to see you again this afternoon. Representative Grochowski's right that I had some concern that there wasn't a lot of clarification or a lot of limitations seemingly on what would qualify as development. So I'm kind of assuming that the nature of the project would be something that had a direct nexus to the use of the wood heated or the thermal project. But I just recall from the debates on this issue over the last 3 or 4 years that there were discussions about facilities, manufacturing facilities, some of which were going to be, as I understood it, created out of whole cloth to be a thermal user in some kind of a cogeneration system. And I just wanted to know if the legislature had any guidance on how far that limitation would, how far that would extend that to development. But I also think that if, we can use our discretion, and if the language is left the way it is, we can put some kind of reasonable nexus requirement to the energy part of the project, if that makes sense.
Does that help, Representative Grochowski?
Yes, I mean, I think so. I didn't know if you'd had a chance to weigh in on this amendment, Mr. Stoddard, before it was sort of circulated as generally approved or not. But if you feel comfortable that you can take care of it within rules, then I don't know if we need to micromanage it. Maybe it's not micromanaging, but if we need to elaborate here.
Yeah, I think we could work it out and come up with a reasonable solution with the language the way it is.
One other question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The other comment that our analysts flagged from your testimony was about deleting the reference to fame. Not sure if that happened.
I believe. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, it doesn't look like it happened in the draft I have, but could you just remind me why you believe that was important to do?
It was just that there was redundancy. There were two different definitions or descriptions of FAME, and there was one that was more detailed, and I thought it would make sense to keep that one and strike the other one.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Are you all set, Representative Grochowski?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Stoddard while he's beamed over?
Yep.
I can't see if, I'm sorry, Nathan, I can't see with the sun if your hand is up.
It
Go
is.
ahead,
Yep.
Nathan.
I'd like to ask a question if I can, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Stoddard, I got a break from the EUT committee in the 129. And so my understanding was this bill was pretty much ready to be passed. So did you raise this point last time about this language?
Can you specify which language you're talking
about?
Oh,
the co-location issue. It seems like that didn't come up last time, or?
Yeah, I'm sure that I didn't raise it last time, and it just may not have occurred to me, or I may not have felt that it was necessary given what the debate was around last time. It just didn't occur to me. And then, you know, as I had a little more time to digest it before this hearing, I noticed that it seemed pretty wide open. I didn't know if people had certain expectations of what would be included in quote unquote development. And I just know that some of these cogeneration facilities, they got a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts of what might be happening at a manufacturing facility, some of which may be fairly indirectly related to the energy plant. And I didn't know if that mattered or not. But as I said in response to Representative Grochowski, I think we could work it out with, you know, the flexibility that we have to design these programs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Stoddard? Okay, why don't you beam Michael back across, Jordan? Okay, what's the pleasure of the committee with respect to this bill? Representative Grochowski.
If I may, I just have a quick question for our analyst regarding the sort of duplicative language around FAME. It's in the details, but it's also in the purpose. Do you think it would be more succinct to have it only in one place just from a drafting perspective, or do you think it matters?
Maybe I had misinterpreted the trust concerns as it could possibly be read to suggest that both FAME and EMT are to establish the program together, when it seems that the intent of FAME's role is that more limited role described later on. And so I'd assume that was the reason for getting rid of that language in subsection 1, since it was at best duplicative.
So if I may, I think I understand that point, and it seems like it would be cleaner to just remove it out of the establishment section and then leave it as elaborated in subsection 3, which describes how the trust would work with FAME. I don't know if anyone has strong feelings about it. It just seems like a little cleaner to do that.
Representative Cuddy, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just raising my hand to agree with Representative Grochowski. It does. I can see the point where it actually looks as though the establishment is done jointly by FAME and the trust, and the language in the purpose establishes that they will do it in consultation together. So having it in this, you know, we can remove a little bit of uncertainty, I think, by amending it there. In addition to the amendment that we were provided with, adding that piece to it. Yeah, I would actually, I'm comfortable if where our discussion is winding down with making a motion of ought to pass as amended with the proposed amendment, and then the amendment that we were just discussing of removing the language from section 2, subsection 1 in the establishment and purpose, removing the reference to the Finance Authority of Maine in that section.
So it's been moved by ought to pass as amended by Representative Cuddy. Is there a second to that? Representative Kessler, was that a second?
I had a comment.
Okay, well, let me see if I can get a second first. Is that a second, Representative Wadsworth? Okay, it's been seconded by Representative Wadsworth. And now we'll move on to debate, discussion, or comments. Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I think just in reviewing the draft amendment to where it does strike out the word wood and put thermal under section 2, it did not strike out wood under the title of the section. So just making sure that that's captured as well. Just want to make sure that that would be clear to everybody. And just a comment about this bill in particular, that there's a lot of debate going on around the greenhouse gas emissions of burning wood and how good it actually is for our environment. And I very much share that concern. But at the same time, I share the concern about Maine's independence when it comes to the energy sources that we use. And so I do think that I'm in favor of voting for this as amended. So.
Okay, other debate or discussion? Seeing none, are we ready for a vote? Jordan, why don't you call the vote?
All right, so the motion is ought to pass as amended for LD 597. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart, I believe, is still absent. Representative Barry, if you're able to join us. Absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon is absent as well. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo is absent. That is 8 in favor, with the rest being absent.
Great. So the motion does prevail. I'll close the work session on this bill. I'd ask, is Representative Barry, are you on the line? Are you able to join us? We wanted to do 695, which is your municipal utility expansion. Okay, let's skip over that. Was that your bill, Dan?
No, that's actually one of Deirdre's.
Okay, so we'll wait on that. I apologize, Seth. We're going to wait on that. The next one of yours is 900.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll move on to LD 900. Why don't you present the analysis on that bill?
I don't have an analysis to present. At the public hearing, there were only a couple individuals testifying. Representative Kessler is here to elaborate on his position, but it had sounded like there were two options for the committee to consider: one, carrying it over, or two, I assume ought not to pass, although I think the description was something Narnia related, but I'm sure he can elaborate more.
Narnia related? That's the first time I've heard that as a legislative term. Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was referring to the land where all LDs with good ideas go. Um, So personally, yes, I know that we have a lot on our plates, and this is an undeveloped concept thus far. So as I was referring to in my testimony, we can, sacrifice this to the LD gods if the committee sees fit. So,
Do I understand, Representative Kessler, that's a motion on to pass?
I would rather somebody else make that motion, just because it's mine.
I see he can't kill his own bill. Representative Wadsworth.
So moved, as Representative Kessler.
Pass. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Cuddy. Apparently in the land of Narnia, you ought not to pass your own bill. Okay, any debate or discussion? Jordan, call the roll up. Sorry, Nathan.
I was just going to say Representative Kessler's had a lot of success already this first half of the legislative session.
Any, why don't you call the roll, Jordan?
Okay, so the motion is ought not to pass on LD 900, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is still absent. Representative Barry, if you're able to join us. Representative Barry is absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is still absent. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo is still absent. That was 7 in favor of the motion with 1 opposed. Is there a motion to go along with that opposition? Representative Foster?
Just ought to pass.
Okay.
Dan?
You can't vote off to pass on this. It's a concept draft.
So I'll need to put forward a bill.
An amendment,
correct.
yes.
You have to be able to state the amendment at the time of the vote.
Can I get back to you on that?
The joint rule provides that the motions have to, if they're an amendment, it has to be stated at the time of the vote.
Give me a minute. Or I'll come back to you. My amendment will be another bill that was put in with the same goal. But I just got to find the number.
Is it the solar recycling bill in ENR?
That's correct.
1595, it was Representative O'Connor's bill?
That's correct. I would
Okay.
substitute that language for the concept draft.
Okay. I would just note that was voted in ENR too, and there was an ought to pass vote on that, but that doesn't preclude you from having that be your amendment here.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Representative, so the vote is 7-1, is that correct? Is that correct, Jordan?
Yeah, so I have 7 in favor of the motion of ought not to pass, and Representative Foster, the vote in opposition with the motion of ought to pass as amended, I believe.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that's another bill down. And is your last one Representative Dan, LD 918?
That's correct.
Okay. And just as before you do your analysis, have we received enough information from Representative Warren that you were able to draft something, or?
So I sent out this morning, Representative Warren submitted written testimony that she had given at the hearing. I'm not sure everyone had received a copy of the remarks yet. And I'm not sure she submitted them online. And also in a description of some proposals that she described at the hearing as well. I have not drafted an amendment.
Good.
And I do not have an analysis either.
And my request was that you not until we further define what she's looking for. So on this bill, rather than take it up, I have contacted Representative Warren and asked to sit down with her to see if I can help refine what she's looking for, what she's considering on doing. So I have not heard back from her. I suggest we meet if she has time tomorrow during the session. So I hope to have something back for you. I don't want you to draft something unless there's a specific idea that we're going forward with. So we'll just simply skip over LD 918. And is that it for you, Dan?
Yes.
Okay. We'll relieve you from the land of Narnia. Deirdre, you have a few bills for us. Which
I
ones?
do. I have LD 695, an act to allow municipal utility expansion under certain conditions. LD 1666, an act to direct the Public Utilities Commission to implement a statewide multi-use online energy data platform. LD 1682, an act to require consideration of climate and equity impacts by the Public Utilities Commission. LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. And LD 1619, an act to establish a moratorium on offshore wind power projects in Maine's territorial waters.
Okay. Are there any of those that committee members think we can easily deal with first? Representative Kessler.
Yes, did I hear you include 1666 in there or no?
Yes.
Yes, all right. I think that we could easily dispose of 1666.
Okay.
In a good way.
I'll lay LD 1666, an act to direct the Public Utilities Commission to implement a statewide multi-use online energy data platform before the committee. And I'll recognize Representative Kessler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Did we want to hear the bill analysis first?
I would love to hear the bill analysis.
Good.
I was just hoping for an early ought not to pass, I guess, but maybe.
No, that's not happening. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this bill requires the Public Utilities Commission to establish and operate a statewide multi-use online energy data platform that will provide natural gas and electric utility customers with safe, secure access to information about their usage and allow for the aggregation of and removal of personally identifiable information from community level energy data. I'm not going to read through the entire summary of the bill, only because the next part here, I'm going to skip down to save some time. So I think this is what Representative Kessler wants to get to, is that he has a sponsors amendment that had been sent around to members this morning. And the amendment replaces the bill as is and changes it into a resolve. And it requires the PUC to conduct a request for information to evaluate the feasibility of the commission establishing and operating a statewide multi-use online energy data platform that will provide natural gas and electric customers with the safe, secure access to information about their usage and allow for aggregation and removal of personally identifiable information. And it would require the commission to submit a report by January 31st, 2022 to this committee that includes the results of the request for information. And lastly, it would allow the committee to report out a bill based on the report. The amendment is attached to the bill analysis if people haven't seen it already. And like I said, it replaces the bill with a resolve requiring further looking into this and sort of getting what the price would be and who would be the best person to management, and allows for public comment in this process as well.
Great. Are there questions for Deirdre on her analysis? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Grochowski, you do have a question.
Sorry, I was a little bit slow. Deirdre, I just was trying to look through the list of people who testified. And none of the names popped out at me. Did anybody represent the gas interests? Did we hear from them?
I don't remember seeing anybody from the gas interests in there.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Foster?
So that, thank you, Mr. Chair. So that was also a question that I had in that both IOUs basically reported that they already have this information available to customers through a process that's in place now, or they will have that improved system very shortly. But I did not hear that gas utilities have offered anything. I don't know if the PUC already knows of anything that they offer, or the Public Advocate's Office knows of anything that they offer. But that would be similar to what Representative Grahowski's question was, I guess.
Deirdre, is there any response to that, or?
I don't know the answer to that. No one has showed up and testified, and I didn't hear anybody talk about that, and I didn't research what kind of data programs gas utilities may employ.
And I don't see anybody in the attendees list who is seeking to speak. So I will go on to Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. This point is one reason why I think that the amendment in front of us to get more information, have the Public Utilities Commission conduct that fact finding is really prudent. And I also want to point out that I think the value of what Representative Kessler has suggested in terms of the T&D electric utilities is not, we can see that customer level information is available to the customer, but we don't have a way of doing what is, I think, pretty much a database exercise of aggregating that for a whole building or a community. And that's, I think, where the power of this data really lies. Your average customer isn't going to be able to get all the information it needs to make wise decisions possibly. But when you look at a whole building in aggregate, you could really learn a lot. So I think that this proposal to move forward with some fact finding is really prudent. And I appreciate Representative Kessler putting it forward.
Great, Representative Kessler.
Thank you. To answer the concerns about natural gas utilities, the requests for information that the public utilities would undergo, or the PUC would undergo, will drill down to the nitty gritty on those questions, as well as potential costs, and it will dovetail really nicely, I think, with the docket that's already open around resilience of our grid and grid planning. These certainly go hand in hand. I also wanted to just relay that I did run this by the PUC. They had approved of this resolve language and feel like they could get it done in that time period, and then we can take a look at it in the second regular session. So that's it.
Great. So what's the committee's pleasure regarding this bill? Representative Kessler.
I would motion not to pass as amended, please.
Is there a second to that? Representative Cuddy. Debate or discussion? Okay, and I should have said the motion on the resolve is ought to pass as amended. And why don't you call the roll, Jordan?
All right, so the motion ought to pass as amended for LD 1666. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grochowski.
Yes.
Representative Grochowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth. Representative Wadsworth. Absent. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes, and Representative Carlo is absent. That is 8 in favor of the motion, with the rest being absent at this time.
Great. So it passes 8-0. We'll go on to our next bill. I'll close the work session on that bill, go on to our next bill, which I believe we're potentially coming back to. Is Representative Berry still there? Up.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Are you ready to do 695?
I am, and I believe we can do it without the analysis.
Say that again.
We can do it without the analysis, I believe. I'm going to make this real easy for everybody.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
So LD 695, as folks may recall, is a bill that would allow municipal expansions, provided that the PUC finds there to be no net harm to ratepayers in either service territory. I think we had a great conversation about it. I was very pleased with the discussion that it provoked. And I think it needs to be considered over the course of the interim. I'd like to keep it alive as a discussion, but I think it needs a little more consideration, and I prefer not to vote on it at this time. I think the committee has enough to deal with. So for that reason, I am, although I like the idea and I'd like us to keep talking about the idea, perhaps as part of an omnibus later on, I think for now, the best motion is ought not to pass, and I will make that motion at this time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Foster was quick at the draw. Any debate or discussion? Okay, go ahead and call the roll, Jordan.
All right, give me 1 second. I got to get back to the right background here so people aren't confused. The motion is ought not to pass for LD 695. And we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes, and Representative Carlo is absent. It is 9 in favor of the motion with 4 absent.
Great. So that disposes of LD 695. So I'll close the work session on this matter. With respect to LD 1682, I heard from Representative Dudera requesting that she have a little additional time, that she's in the process of trying to work something out on that. So I would, with everybody's understanding, just simply not take it up at this time. And I believe that leaves us with LD 101 and LD 619. Is that correct, Deirdre?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we do them in that order? Why don't we start with LD 101? And you can present your analysis.
So this bill prohibits any department or agency of the state or any political subdivision of the state from permitting, approving, or otherwise authorizing an offshore wind energy development project. The bill also requires the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, Maine Land Use Planning Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, and the Department of Environmental Protection each to submit by December 1st, 2021 legislation necessary to align those provisions of law under the respective jurisdictions with the prohibition on offshore wind energy development projects. Under the bill, the term offshore wind energy development project includes community-based offshore wind energy projects, deep water offshore wind energy pilot projects, offshore wind energy demonstration projects, and offshore wind power projects, which are all categories of projects currently authorized by law. For reference, I'm not going to go through each one, but I've included the definitions for those terms from statute that are referenced in the bill here. And this bill applies to territorial waters only. The list of those submitting testimony, both for and against the bill, is pretty long. So I'm just going to slowly scroll through this list, and I hopefully got everybody. And then nobody testified neither for nor against. Just as a broad overview, because there was so much testimony, I just pulled out a couple of key points made by those testifying in favor and a couple of points made by those testifying in opposition. So broad overview of testimony in favor was need important baselines to determine how Maine will achieve its renewable portfolio requirements, what role offshore wind will play in that mix, and to understand how offshore wind will impact Maine fishermen and the people of Maine. Maine fishermen deserve a voice in this conversation, and many feel under attack, especially with other threats to the industry, such as gear restrictions for the protection of North Atlantic right whales. The full environmental impacts of offshore wind are not fully understood. Of concern are the vibration and noise from turbine construction and operation, cold pooling causing a disruption in the cycling of water temperature, electromagnetic fields disturbing fish migration patterns, disposal of turbines at end of life, leakage of hazardous materials, impacts to birds and endangered species, and loss of commercial and recreational fishing grounds. The impacts to tourism due to the commercialization of Maine's coastlines of concern. The Gulf of Maine is not needed to conduct experiments. There is relevant data being collected elsewhere regarding floating offshore wind. An offshore roadmap needs to first be developed before rushing to development. If the winds of the Gulf of Maine are prime for offshore wind, investors will still be there when and if the time is right. It feels like the state is risking a lucrative industry that provides good jobs to many more rural communities for the sake of a new industry where all the impacts are not yet clearly understood. Unclear if those involved in developing offshore wind protect Maine's interests. Fishermen are concerned about their safety, and it feels like no one is taking this concern seriously. And offshore wind is expensive, and there are other renewable electricity sources that can be used that result in less financial and environmental impacts. A broad overview of testimony in opposition was offshore wind is well positioned to create a strong industry and could result in good paying jobs. Offshore wind is essential to Maine meeting its greenhouse gas reduction requirements and renewable portfolio standards requirements. There has been over a decade on Maine-led offshore wind research and development, which puts the state in a good position for thoughtful development of offshore wind. This bill is entirely inconsistent with the Climate Action Plan. This bill would prohibit offshore wind pilot and demonstration projects, which negatively impacts taking a science-based approach to create a path forward on clean energy. This could impact legal contracts that have been entered into, potentially creating liability for the state with contracting parties. The potential opportunities of offshore wind development are significant and will provide benefits to the people of Maine for years to come. All this bill does is ensure that Maine does not participate in this development and reaps no economic benefits from such development. This ban will not protect Maine's fishing industry, as federal development is still permitted, putting their fate in the hands of federal officials and out-of-state bureaucrats. And this bill will damage Maine's reputation with investors. There hasn't been a fiscal impact yet determined for this bill.
Any questions for Deirdre on her analysis? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the committee regarding this bill? Representative Ziegler?
I move ought not to pass.
Okay, it's been moved ought not to pass. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Vitelli. Any debate or discussion? Nicole, Representative Grochowski, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we could hear from somebody from the Governor's Energy Office, maybe Selena Cunningham, regarding the offshore wind roadmap. And I just want to learn a little bit more about what that looks like, what the timeline is, how it relates to the Monhegan project versus the research array. A little bit fuzzy in my head about how all those pieces fit together.
Is there somebody from the Governor's Energy Office that we can beam over who might be able to provide that information? Why don't you just raise your hand and we'll beam you over?
Dan Burgess is on his way over.
My guess, Dan, is you did not hear that question.
Senator Lawrence, the committee actually heard the question while
good.
being beamed over. So
Great. So why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Grahowski. So the Governor's Energy Office received $2.1 million from the U.S. EDA late last year to develop an offshore wind roadmap. This is a multi kind of working group type effort that we're working on establishing as we speak. The effort is going to look at opportunities to look at kind of what the roadmap is for advancing offshore wind. And so it's not necessarily will we do offshore wind. It's kind of how to best position Maine as we in the industry and to move forward. So the as was structured and as we're thinking about it, it's going to have efforts related to energy, supply chain, ports, workforce, environmental data, fisheries engagement. And so we've hired using that grant money, we were able to hire a staff person in our office to be the lead on that. We are working on hiring or putting out RFPs for some of that work and are hopeful to get that launched in the coming weeks.
Representative Grahowski, did you want to follow up?
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much for that overview, Director Burgess. Some of these, like the proposed research array, for instance, I think would be a couple years out. So could you just elaborate on how this roadmap, which I presume would sort of come to completion before the beginning of the research array, which maybe you can remind me if it has a site in mind or maybe a group of sites, like how do they transition? Does one transition into the other and affect the other?
Thank you, Representative. I see them really as complementary towards the other. So looking at, the research array as envisioned is 12 turbines or fewer. We're working on the site selection now through the process that we've been running since late last year. And so there's the research array, but then the roadmap is this kind of longer term approach, and what can we do now, and what does it look like now to put Maine in to be well positioned within the to advance offshore wind. And so they're not we see them as very much complementary, and the roadmap I think is a process which will help inform the long-term vision, and the research array does that as well.
Any follow-up, Representative Grahowski?
Not that I can think of right this minute, so thank you. That is helpful.
Any other questions for Dan Burgess while he's here? Representative Barry.
Thank you. And I'm sorry about the bad connection. I've been in and out, but Director Burgess, can you just fold in? So there's the research array, there's the research funding you just spoke about, or the consortium funding from this morning. How does the consortium funding fit in, I guess, is my other question. There's really three streams of money I see developing here. Am I right?
Chairman Barrett, appreciate the question. Yeah, and happy to provide more color on that now, and then follow up as was requested this morning. So I think the way that I think about it, or to think about it, is you have the research array project. You have the roadmap, which is looking at ports, again, workforce, infrastructure, data, kind of taking that broader view and that view towards, not just kind of where Maine fits into the offshore wind industry and the strategic opportunities for the state. And the consortium is really about what specific research out of the research array can be funded, can be used to match funding to get other grants as we conduct the research that is required around the research array. So there's funding for DMR in the governor's budget proposal. There's this funding for establishing the research consortium that we talked about this morning, and we see those as all piecing together to help us take that research focus on the project.
Does that answer your question, Representative Berry?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Burgess? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burgess, for being here. In your reference to the roadmap that's being worked out, I'm wondering if you could speak to what the socioeconomic or cultural impacts that are being considered would be, and that's most especially in regards to our fishing industry and the fishermen and their families that might be affected. Thank you.
Dan?
Thank you, Representative Foster. So if I understand the question right, it is about potential impacts on existing fishing community and others. I mean, I think that that's a really key and important question, and I think the goal here is to be additive in the job creation first and foremost, not to displace or otherwise. It is to bring new economic opportunities to the state. The roadmap, again, doesn't decide whether offshore wind is developed in Maine. It's to advise and utilize a stakeholder process and working groups to look at, again, markets, ports, infrastructure, and including socioeconomic impacts, equity, and otherwise. And I think the way that we're envisioning that is to kind of run a collaborative stakeholder process that includes funding for analysis. I think that's one of the exciting things about having the federal grant is that there is real funding to help do some of that analysis and to really identify those opportunities. And so what I would say is that, we want to take that comprehensive stakeholder driven approach to look at any of those issues, which are, complicated and complex, with the goal of this being an additive economic opportunity to the state.
Any other questions for Mr. Burgess from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. You can beam him back over, Jordan. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could hear from the sponsor.
Sure. Why don't you beam over Representative Fockingham?
Thank you for having me over. So go ahead.
Well, it's just, could you react to the governor's energy office, Representative Fockingham?
Yeah, Dan's answer to that question was concerning. And this is one of the biggest problems with how this offshore wind is rolling out. He said his direct answer to that question was not if offshore wind, but when. And that seems like putting the cart before the horse. We need a roadmap before any siting happens. And the roadmap needs to happen first with fishermen having a seat at the table. And that is not happening. What they're doing is they're picking sites and picking projects and then planning on using the roadmap to fill in the blank. And that's why I've made this proposal to put the brakes on this, because the whole thing has gotten out of control. It's the cart before the horse. We're being pulled along by the nose by foreign corporations. And the whole thing is being moved by an agenda that feels like it was picked out of the air by the governor on these, the word ambitious keeps coming to the front, ambitious climate goals, and targeting all this potential wind energy in the Gulf of Maine. But there's absolutely, it's completely regardless of any of the questions that we've been putting forward on the environmental impacts. And it's not safe to move ahead with projects like this when there's so many questions that aren't being answered. And we need to slow down. I mean, put the roadmap first and foremost ahead of anything else. And the roadmap should be what guides you to your siting locations, not the siting locations before the roadmap. That doesn't make sense. That's why the money's there. Over $2 million is been given to the state for this roadmap. And what the governor's office has just essentially said is we're going to cite these locations and then we're going to go ahead and fill in the blanks with the roadmap. It should be the roadmap first. Stakeholders should be involved in this, and that should be what guides the siting locations, not the other way around. Now, lots being made out of these research arrays, one in Monhegan, and then the proposed 12 wind turbine one that was just mentioned. Well, we have a lot of concern with that because even though this is a research array, if they go through the work of siting a location, that's going to be basically the hub of the whole network of offshore windmills. So if they go just pick a spot and put that out there, you can't tell me that it's only going to be a research array and then when they're done, they're going to pick it up, clean it up, get it out of the way and be done with it. That's going to be where the cables are going to go. That's going to be the hub. That's what all the other ones are going to be connected to land. So that's why it is so important. It's critical. It's absolutely critical that the roadmap be done first.
Okay, any other questions for Representative Fockingham? Seeing none, thank you very much. You can beam him back over. Any other debate or discussion? Representative Wadsworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting the pending motion. We have a family camp in Harpswell, and we're fortunate to have that. And I've got to know the fishermen in Cundy's Harbor, and they've reached out to me. And a lot of these fishermen are multi-generational down there on the coast, and they're very, very concerned of what this could do to their way of life and what they fish. So I won't be supporting not to pass today.
Okay. We've had a request to caucus this bill. So we're going to break for caucuses now. And I'm going to give us 20 minutes to caucus, and then we'll be back at 2:40. Okay, so please mute your microphones, stop your video, and we will see you at 2:40. Okay, do we have everyone back? Everyone looks bright-eyed and cheery. Paige, did you have a question?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, why don't you make a motion?
I move to table this bill.
Representative Ziegler moves to the table, seconded by Representative Grohowski. Debate, obviously no debate or discussion. We'll do it by a show of hands. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hand. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. All those opposed? One. So I believe it was 8-1. Representative Wood joined in. Okay, so this bill is tabled. And I believe the discussions that want to take place also involve the second bill, which is the governor's moratorium. So I am simply not going to take that up, and to allow people who want to have a chance to discuss those bills with the sponsors. And we will, unless we have anything else to do today, we'll conclude our work session. Okay, everybody can smile. We got a lot of work done today. Deirdre, you can smile. We got a lot of work done. And you too, Scott. Okay, great. We'll see you tomorrow in session.